We're wrapping up what's been a spectacular week here on America's Day at the races on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. We'll see if Awesome Native, who's the morning line favorite, he's more of a dirt horse. We'll not get to try the turf today, but it does make sense on his dirt form as we are off the turf throughout the afternoon at beautiful Belmont Park at Churchill Downs today. Beneath the Twin Spires, Saudi Crown has only had one start so far, but he did it the right way. A 97 fire speed figure. He'll step up to the next level this afternoon, see if he can replicate that effort. And yesterday in the Preakness, National Treasure took them gate to wire, the first Preakness victory for Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us on our FS2 coverage. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by Sarah El-Badwi. A little bit of the ladies on the desk here for the early show. Sarah, what were your thoughts on the Preakness yesterday?
An exciting race, and I think that we saw a horse really take advantage of a pace scenario that fit him with an aggressive ride by John Velasquez, which is what he does, and it was the winning move for National Treasure, so he was able to gut it out over Blazing Seven, so I thought it was very game in defeat in that race.
We have some nice races today at Belmont Park. The feature, race 8, it will be off the turf in this New York bred allowance, but the race really did hold together. There's some main track only runners and some dirt horses in there, so look more to the outside. So the 7 Awesome Native will actually break from the rail. Both halves of the entry, rough draft and unique unions, are scratched here. But as far as Awesome Native is concerned, this is a horse who's faced some very tough competition. This is his maiden win back in January. And the question is, Sarah, did his form deteriorate since then? It also looks like there is an argument to be made that he's just been facing much better horses, including the informed Listen to Your Heart last time out.
That's a fair argument for sure, and I think that he's one that, while he has been, I guess, disappointing a little bit at short prices lately, that he hasn't really been able to totally seal the deal in those recent races. You make a great point about the company that he's been keeping. I think he's still facing some decent horses today as well.
Foolish Ghost, Brew Pub will rematch as we take a look at this race from the end of April. Brew Pub, the winner. He's a horse that really seemed to take a step forward for Rudy Rodriguez. But there is also an argument to be made that Foolish Ghost could potentially wire the field now in here.
Right, and I'm a huge Foolish Ghost fan, so seeing him back in that good form lately has been really exciting after he's a horse that had run some great races facing Stakes Company as well. Prior form for him had been decent, so seeing him get back to it is exciting, and I totally agree that he has a big chance to wire the field today. I'd like to see that happen myself.
St. Shelby, a horse that ran yesterday, and now with unique unions out, maybe Foolish Ghost could be alone on the front end in that 8th race a little bit later on. That's just one of the competitive races we have coming up on tap. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. 9-race card at Belmont, good main track off the turf, and we have a pick 6 carryover, which kicks off in the 4th of a little bit over $38,000, fast and firm in Louisville, Kentucky at Churchill Downs. 9-race card there for you as well with that featured allowance in the 8th. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action and a whole lot more that's on our program. Sign up and get a $200 deposit match bonus. Use promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match bonus. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll recap what took place yesterday in the second jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes in the books. And it was finally the day for Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez. The one thing that seemed to be missing from his illustrious career.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Hard to believe, but 2 legs of the Triple Crown are already in the books. The Preakness Stakes took place yesterday. Preakness 148 in Baltimore at Pimlico. And it was something that we had talked about before the race, Sarah, a little bit of a concern. How is the pace going to play out, particularly when your Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, is one that doesn't necessarily get out of the gate great? Broke well yesterday, but National Treasure was able to secure his position forward.
He was, and this is a horse that hadn't necessarily shown that kind of lone on the lead speed before, but really reading the race well was John Velasquez, as he usually does, being able to take control from the inside and just send National Treasure along through pretty pedestrian fractions for horses of this caliber. I think Blazing Sevens made a good run at him late, and I honestly think Javier Castellano on Mage actually did keep him closer than he was in the Derby and in some of his other races, sensing that pace being slow, but National Treasure just had too much for Blazing Sevens or anybody else to get by in the later stages of this race. And there you see him with his blanket of flowers, and congrats to John Velasquez on his first Preakness. So now we've had a first Preakness for Johnny and a first Derby for Javier Castellano.
Javier Castellano 0 for 15 going into this year's Derby, 0 for 12 in the Preakness was John Velasquez. I remember talking to him a couple years ago, and he said, you know, it really bothers me that I haven't won a Preakness. He's won the Derby, he's won the Belmont multiple times for both, and he finally got that Preakness win with National Treasure. Blanket of black-eyed Susans over his shoulder. The record 8th win in the Preakness for trainer Bob Baffert. National Treasure with the blinkers going back on. Use that inside post, those blinkers, a little bit more sharpness to his advantage. And he's your 2023 Preakness Stakes winner. We'll see how he does moving forward. And it was a big weekend, of course. Taxed winning the black-eyed Susan on Friday. She's an OBS March 2-year-old and training sale graduate, and she really took a big step forward this weekend too.
She did, and she's a horse that had run 2 solid seconds to Wet Paint, who eventually finished 4th going into that Kentucky Oaks. And she's a horse that had been really outrunning her odds as well, did the same thing on Friday, and really great performance from Hoosier Philly, really resurgent and kind of getting back to that form that we had seen from her a couple races ago.
Exciting races in the books, and as the Preakness Stakes is done, we welcome in Lo Duca live with us at Churchill Downs. Paulie, National Treasure, able to hold on in the Preakness. What were your thoughts on the race?
Well, my thoughts on the race were, I think Sarah hit everything right on the head, to be honest with you. I mean, just pace makes the race. I really don't care if it's the Preakness or $7,500 claimer. You go 49 to change, it's going pretty slow. And when you go 113 to 112, almost 113 for 6 furlongs, that's going to win an optional claimer, let alone a Bob Baffert horse. I know this is an unpopular win on Twitter with all the controversy going with Bob Baffert, but when you look at the race, Johnny V was masterful. He pulled an old Mike Smith. Him and Mike Smith got that same move where they break out of the gate, they go wide a little bit, they float everybody out, and they do that little NASCAR move. Then they go down to the rail. Then they go to the backside, and they get to the outside of the racetrack. Blazing Sevens ran a dynamite race, and it seems like Chad Brown's horses just love Pimlico. I mean, maybe he should take to residence there and run some horses on the dirt there because they all fire. And Blazing Sevens was way out in like the 7 or 8 paths down the backside, and then he was just able to find extra. You know, Javier Castellano, you know, a lot of people are saying maybe he could have pushed up, but listen, their game plan was to sit behind National Treasure and maybe Blazing Sevens and somebody else. And when you looked at the top of the lane, it looked like Mage was loaded. But, you know, when you go that slow and you have a quality horse in National Treasure, you know, he ended up being very game. Blazing Sevens and him put on an absolute, I thought, a thriller, actually. And Mage just came a little bit all-century. You know, he just, if you actually watch from the top of the lane, they actually moved in unison. They just didn't really pass each other. But you got to give credit to Johnny V to saving something left, and Blazing Sevens running a great race occasion. We'll get to race number 1 in here, where 6 furlongs, $10,000 claimers. It's been unpredictable. We've had a couple pick 5s here in the last couple of days pay $27,000. We had a pick 6 that paid almost $52,000. A pick 5 that paid over $35,000. It's been kind of crazy. We'll see. We'll get back to normalcy today. But the 2 right now is Super Cool. I believe is your favorite. Yeah, for Francisco Arrieta and Greg Foley. Mystery drop here. Maiden special weight all the way down to 10. You know, the one thing that is the positive for this gelding is, you know, they only paid 11. He's 5. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we're not going to get much more out of him. Let's try to get a win and go. But it is questionable going all the way down to 10. Mr. Commander, obviously the one here, is going to be the pace setter. Problem has been stamina for this horse. Seems like every time he gets to the front end, he kind of collapses. They drop to 20. Now they're dropping again to 10. So it's not a positive sign, but maybe it will help him a little bit in here. So congratulations to Bob Baffert, National Treasure, and Johnny V. Pretty crazy. We talk about a lot of older athletes in other sports. Tom Brady was 45 years old. He was the oldest athlete in all the 4 major sports. Let's talk about horse racing here. Javier Castellano, which I can't believe, is 45, and Johnny V is 51. Javier got his first Kentucky Derby. Johnny V got his first Preakness. Age is just a number, Acacia.
Amen to that, Paul. That is such a good point, and it's so true. And Javier Castellano said in the press conference after the Kentucky Derby, he said, you know, I heard that 0 for 15 stat, and I said, this is the year I'm going to change that. I was a little embarrassed to hear it. He said, but I never gave up, never stopped persevering. And he's a rider, using him as an example, that's kind of had a resurgence with his career, Sarah. This is a tough, tough game.
That's the understatement of the year, right? I mean, and Javier was riding so well last year. I know that it's something we all really took note of, how he was really resurgent last year on the New York circuit and riding extremely well and having this sort of renaissance. And it's nice to see that he's been able to carry it over to his success this year, getting that first Derby win, and not even that ride and race alone, but just riding here on regular cars and really producing horses with spectacular rides and just riding with so much confidence lately. And when you're riding with confidence and you make all the right moves, the horses are really responding for him.
And that's showing out on the racetrack. And to Paul's point about Mage, too, he broke better than he typically does. And he actually didn't break poorly in the Kentucky Derby. But given the small field, the lack of pace that was anticipated, you can't take a horse completely out of his running style. I thought Javier Castellano did everything he could with Mage to not let him be too far back.
Right. I think he made all the right moves, sensing the slow pace out in front of him, keeping his horse in contact with those pace setters. And I think that ultimately, you know, Mage was just not going to make up the ground versus a slow pace like that. And he was up against it on paper, and it played out that way out on the track as well. So I don't think he ran badly, and I don't think there was any mistake made with the ride that was given to him. I think that he just ended up being a victim of how the race played out.
We'll see what's next for Kentucky Derby winner Mage, as assistant trainer Gustavo Delgado Jr. said after the race. Hey, we still won the Derby, so there's nothing wrong with that. Race 1 at Churchill Downs, a maiden claiming 6 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upwards. Super cool. Takes that big drop in class and currently your favorite. Any thoughts on the opener here, Sarah?
I mean, this is just a move that's a major red flag to me. Something must have gone amiss from the races we had seen from him before, but you also have to argue that he might just be better than the other horses he's facing. And here, as he is the only elder horse in this group of 3-year-olds, you know, I had some interest in Texas Ted a little bit. He exits the same race as the number 3, Hale Allen, running second that day behind an upset winner, and he had some trouble in that race. He was inside, ran into some traffic. Now he gets to be outside of this field. I think that if he shows the same kind of early interest he did, he's one that's been showing up lately and with recency over the 2 horses to his inside that I think have some questions to answer in Mr. Commander and Super Cool.
Loading in for the opener at Churchill Downs, maiden claiming to kick off the Sunday program. We'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, who has the call.
They're the gate. And they're off. Charlie Whiskey, mid-pack, fires out fast, and Velocimo is there, and Super Cool comes on. Mr. Commander down inside it a bit tight. Hale Allen angles to the outside, 5th. Chow Mein 6th. The early trailer is Texas Ted. So down the backstretch run, Charlie Whiskey up against the rail. In the center of the track, it's Velocimo, and Super Cool splits them and comes on through to challenge. So now there's 3 across the track with 4 furlongs to go. They went that opening quarter in 22-2. Charlie Whiskey in front, Super Cool second, Velocimo trying to keep up while third. Hale Allen revving up 3 wide, up into third now, coming after second. Hale Allen's on the move. Mr. Commander 4th and toward the rail. Chow Mein picks it up from the back as well, and the trailer is Texas Ted. At the quarter pole, Charlie Whiskey, Super Cool, and Hale Allen. The 3 of them across the track heading for home. Mr. Commander's in behind 4th. Super Cool roused to a narrow lead. Charlie Whiskey fights on. Hale Allen 3rd. Mr. Commander 4th. Chow Mein 5th. Final 16th. Super Cool with a short lead. Charlie Whiskey and Hale Allen and Mr. Commander, and it will be Super Cool. Super Cool does it. Length and a half in the end. Charlie Whiskey second. Hale Allen was third, and Mr. Commander finished 4th.
Super Cool and Francisco Arrieta on that big drop in class. Didn't necessarily pull away super impressively, but got the job done.
He did, and just ended up being too much for this field. And these big class drops, they always give me cause for pause, but he ended up just being too much horse for the rest of this group. Of course, I liked a little bit Texas Ted, didn't get out of the gate well, far behind early, and nobody really wanted to pass too many horses in this race.
Charlie Whiskey, who was also taking a drop in class, who he'd run in a meeting claiming race before, never this low. He was aggressively handled by Mitchell Murrell, and will have to settle for second, though. The only one who really was passing horses was that favorite on the turnback, Super Cool. Number 2, Super Cool, the winner of the opener at Churchill Downs. Bring you prices in a little bit. We've got some good racing coming up a little bit later on beneath the Twin Spires, when we'll get a chance to see if Saudi Crown can back up that impressive maiden score later on the day. Back over at Belmont Park, we get ready for the opener again off the turf in New York here today after the rain we had yesterday throughout the day. A mile and a 16th down the main track in this first race, non-winners of 3 in life. Here's the field. Norgate, a very short price right now on the board. Let's check in for the first time today. Champion jockey Richard Migliori down in the paddock. Hey, Richie.
Hey, Acacia. And honestly, I think this race goes through the outside horses. The 9, Norgate taking all the money, getting Javier Castellano aboard for Oscar Barrera III. Adds blinkers, first time off the claim. Looks great here in the paddock. Oscar's been doing really good work all year. And the 10 Centavo, I think these are the 2, and there's a huge disparity in price. Now, Centavo gets the apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno, even though he doesn't get the benefit of the weight allowance because he was named with no rider, being a main track only. But nice that their Napal Chatterpal is loyal enough. He's been riding this horse and riding this horse well to keep him on, despite the fact he's not getting the apprentice allowance. They look like the best horses on paper. They look like the 2 best horses in the paddock, and they've got good outside draws. You guys know I'm not a big fan of outside posts, except for in these elongated one-turn races, and I think they have the run of the race. I'll take the better price at this moment until I watch them warm up in the 10 Centavo.
All right, Richie, thank you. Early pick 5 will kick off here in this opener off the turf. We'll talk more about the chances of that horse, Centavo, and the rest of the field after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Our program brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. Getting ready for the opener at beautiful Belmont Park. Here is the field. Again, scratches, given the fact we are off the turf today. Reminder, you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Echo-based past performances. We want you to be able to follow along and play along. Check out NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 3 to 5 right now on Norgay, as both he and Centavo are main track only runners. And Sarah, I'm curious to know how you saw this early pick 5 sequence, given those races off the turf and some main track only runners that look interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly poorly constructed ticket by my own standards, but of course, things changing surfaces does change that up. I think it's between the two main track only entrants in this first race that we'll talk more about in a moment. But in the next race, I have some interest in the number 3 Aaron Warrior with Irad Ortiz Jr. getting aboard, as well as the logical dropper in hay there for the Brad Cox barn. Heading into race number 3, decimated by scratches in the surface, which Dark Vector should win, but I don't know what to do with that last figure and whether or not to back it up, so I have a little bit more coverage in there. Heading over to race number 4, Oglethorpe ends up killing my price on number 1, Constitution Lawyer, but I'm using that one as well as Looney Sema, and then to close it out, I just went too deep with 2 logical horses that one is dropping in class and the other, Milton the Monster, I like quite a bit.
Milton the Monster, first off the claim, looks like could be dangerous off a second place finish last time out. But here in the opener, there's Centavo walking out. We'll see if he or Norgay, who actually faced one another last time out, and they do look to make a lot of sense in this spot, given the fact that they're main track only runners. And oftentimes we see trainers take advantage of that. And you've got some horses that are dirt horses facing a bunch of turf horses. We'll see how that plays out. There's Richie. He's ready. He's on the... He's got the little pep in his step there.
He's on the muscle?
Yeah, he is. I like it. He's striding out nicely. Here's the one, Prayer Book.
This is a horse that I have liked a little bit on the turf in the past. Does have some dirt races, but seems to prefer the grass.
8-1 right now as he stretches back out in distance. Here's the 2, Prince of Joy. Ran okay last time out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one that hasn't been on the turf in a long time, since June of 2021. He's run okay on dirt, but I just didn't see him in comparison to the 2 outside horses in the main track onlys.
Next, we go all the way over to the 6, Foliero. Jelon Samuel going to be in the saddle.
This is one that also hadn't been on turf in a couple of starts, but I just don't know that he stacks up to the 2 outside horses either.
And speaking of the 2 outside horses, here they are, starting with Norgay.
This is an awfully short price, and I understand, but he really didn't show up much last time, so I think there's a little bit of concern with that as well.
And to his outside, Centavo, a horse that did make up some ground last out.
Yeah, I mean, ran the better race out of that common race, finishing second. This is the shortest price he's been in quite some time as well.
As far as that race on May 13th goes, we'll take a look at it. Norgay was the winner wired the field that day, 42 ace. And Norgay was kind of in that second flight chasing, whereas Centavo was closing. Norgay kind of faded. And I think you have a combination today of off the claim for what's been a hot barn lately, the equipment change, and Javier Castellano climbing aboard Norgay. That's really going to hurt your price.
Right, and all of those things make a lot of sense, of course, and could certainly improve him. And if he ends up being lone speed out here, which he could be, I think that all bodes in his favor. This is a horse that was on a dead rail a couple of starts ago, so I understand wanting to give him another chance following that race. But as far as what he was able to produce last time in comparison to Centavo, if he wasn't making all those changes today, I mean, I'd have no interest, and I don't think the betting public would either. I think you're betting him on all of those changes making the difference for him, and they might.
He has run some quick races that he'll try to go back to. The poorer performance of the two, that horse Centavo was one that ran late and did run the better race versus Norgay. He will keep his regular rider, Omar Hernandez Moreno, giving him a warm-up out on the track, and we'll see if he can come running in the late stages.
Yeah, and Centavo's just been really consistent lately, too, and that's always something I have to respect. It doesn't really seem to matter what kind of company he's been facing, you know, whether he's in for a tag or whether he's in an allowance race. He seems to always just show up and get a piece of things, not always the winningest type, but we'll see with this short field and off the turf if that can be different today.
Getting ready for the opener at Belmont Park. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, in case you're looking at these horses warming up, 6 horse really caught my eye. A horse that I really, on paper, don't think has a huge chance, but really did like the way he strode out as he galloped off and really framed up beautifully. That's the 6 Valero. The 9 horse will be my top selection, like pretty much everybody else at Belmont Park today at 4 to 5. He just looked great. Loved the way he jogged off under Javier Castellano. He wound up leaving the pony after they got away from the grandstand, and I think he just looks like the best horse on paper. The 10 horse Centavo, I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more energy level from him as he left and kind of maybe strode out a little bit more, and maybe as he warms up he'll get there, but I wasn't thrilled with his energy level as he broke the post parade. And just so you guys know, I mean, as much rain as we had, I mean, the track right now, it looks more good to me. We've got this really good breeze coming out of the west, and I think we're going to have a fast racetrack before we get halfway through this card with this breeze and the way the track looks right now. Great job by Glenn Kozak and his crew. They've got this track in terrific shape.
Looks excellent. Richie, thank you, especially given how much it rained yesterday, pretty much throughout the entire afternoon. And we were able to run the featured stake, the Paradise Creek, on the turf. It was earlier in the car, but the rest of the race is off yesterday, and just a steady rain. And it's great to see that it is harrowed, meaning it's kind of open. And given the light breeze that Richie touched on and the warmer temperatures today, it'll dry out pretty quickly.
And it'll be interesting to see how the track plays as it dries with the better weather that we're having today. Now, you were here very late last night.
Yes.
How late was it raining until, what'd you say?
It was lightly drizzling when I came in around 6:45. And then it stopped raining, and there's, you can see a little bit of the breeze. Mitch Levitas would be very proud of that flag shot there. But when I left at 11 o'clock last night, it had completely stopped. But it stopped. So it leveled off and over last night. But I really think more than anything, the weather today is going to play a part. And for those that maybe don't necessarily watch racing consistently, it's funny, if I bring friends to the track, sometimes they'll ask me about the track because to look at it, it's not a pile of dirt in an oval. It's so carefully regulated, the consistency, the materials, the drainage, and Richie touched on Glenn Kozak, and he and his team follow this track so carefully to make sure it's in the best shape possible and as fair as possible.
Absolutely, and they do a great job. I would say I'm a little biased, as I know you are too, but one of the best crews that we have in North America as far as maintaining the grounds here so well. And I know that they try to make the racetrack as fair as possible. Of course, that's beneficial to everybody, bettors, horses, jockeys, trainers, all involved. So it'll be interesting to see how things end up playing out today. Of course, you don't want to make assumptions about that too early on in the card.
And shout out to Brian Jabelman and his team as well. Track Super. We appreciate all those hardworking individuals do to get us ready for racing today. There's a look at Prayer Book. We'll break from the inside, stretching back out in distance. And Richie touched a little bit on the number 6 Voliero, just the appearance that he made on the racetrack. He's a big price underneath if you like him. And I know he hasn't done much racing recently, Sarah, but again, he's a dirt horse.
He is, and I think that's, of course, what you want to look for in a race that's being taken off the turf. For me, the thing with him that I didn't move him up a little bit more and include him on my ticket is really just that Centavo's gotten the better of him a couple of times in the past. So let's say Centavo wasn't playing today, then he's probably on the ticket next because he's the one that has the most, I would say, consistent dirt form over the other 2 horses in this field that competes at a level like this versus Prayer Book and another horse in the number 2, Prince of Joy.
The 9, Norgay 3-5. The 10, Centavo 3-2 right now. Early pick 5 kicking off. Don't forget we have a carryover in the pick 6 of a little bit over 38,000. That kicks off in the 4th race today, coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon. Prayer Book giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of trouble. There he goes in off the turf on this Sunday at Belmont Park. Let's get it started. Here's the voice of Belmont, John Imbrial, with the call.
We're waiting now for Norgay and Centavo. They're in the gate for race 1. And they're off. Centavo, Norgay, both of them away well. Moving up is Voliero in between horses. Prince of Joy gains, and the early trailer is Prayer Book in 5th. They move up the backstretch, and it is Norgay who has the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Prince of Joy down at the rail has advanced into 2nd, with Centavo sitting just off the front 2 and 3rd. Then it's Voliero and Prayer Book, and just 2.5 lengths separating this field of 5, the opening quarter mile over the good going in 24 seconds. So it is Norgay and Prince of Joy. Prince of Joy pokes ahead in front. The favorite, Norgay, on the outside in 2nd. And just in behind, it's the trio of Prayer Book, along with Voliero, and on the outside is Centavo. The half mile in 48 and 4/5 seconds, and now there's a half mile to the finish. It is Prince of Joy by a head. Norgay on the outside. Now moves right alongside. So it is Norgay and Prince of Joy right together. Centavo is in 3rd. Then Prayer Book and Voliero. Norgay on the inside. Prince of Joy and Centavo now ranges up. 3/4 went in 1:14. Norgay has come away with the lead. Centavo being asked for more on the far outside. Prince of Joy is now back running in 3rd. Here's Centavo. Centavo now to strike the lead. It's Centavo in front. Norgay is back running in 2nd. And Prince of Joy is 3rd. As they move through the stretch, it is Centavo moving away from Norgay. Centavo in front by 4. Norgay a clear-cut 2nd, and Centavo will win this off the turfer. Centavo by 5. Norgay was 2nd, Prince of Joy 3rd.
Main track only runners run 1-2. Centavo gets the best of Norgay and ran the better race once again.
He did, and I will say that Norgay was facing a little bit of pace pressure. I know those fractions were fairly modest, but he had a little pressure to the inside from Prince of Joy, able to put that one away, but then Centavo just able to come scoop both of them up and draw away pretty convincingly in the end. And I haven't seen Centavo at 7-5 in a long time, but he ran like it today.
He did. He definitely found the right spot. Norgay drifting out a little bit off that turn, too. Javier Castellano able to right him. But Norgay just 2nd best to Centavo, who had the better momentum. Omar Hernandez Moreno with the win. And the opener, 10-9-2 as the number 2 have to give Jackie Davis credit as she tried to be aggressive with this one and took the best shot she could.
Yeah, absolutely. Great ride by her. You're in the inside. You have a horse that's run on the dirt before. Go. Best way to try to upset things.
10-9-2-6 in the opener at Belmont Park. Bring you prices and more. And we'll also recap yesterday's stakes action at Belmont Park after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. First race in the books at Belmont Park. And we head back over to Churchill Downs to continue with our live racing action there. Moving on to the second. It's a 7-furlong race, $75,000 non-winner of 2 in life for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field. One scratch at the 3 Comedy Act right now at 7-5 as this one has been knocking on the door. Very close last time out.
And this is a horse that's faced some solid allowance horses throughout her 13-race career. She's mainly gone a little bit shorter than today's 7-furlong distance, but she makes a lot of sense as your favorite at the moment.
Now, she is 1 for 13 with 5 third-place finishes. Does that concern you?
Oh, it's always a concern. It's always a concern when horses don't seem to really have that full will to win. But I think that, too, you can also consider the kind of company that she's been keeping and try to make a little bit of an excuse for her there if you do like her. She has some dirtied up form with a little bit of trouble within the lines of those races, too. But I also understand if you don't want to take a short price on a horse like this that is going a little bit further than she normally does and hasn't quite been able to get herself into the winner's circle either.
With the scratch of the 3 Music app, who looked to be potentially the main pace setter, at least in those races from nearly 2 years ago, how do you expect the pace to play out in this race now?
You know, I mean, maybe this is a situation where you have Comedy Act showing some of that speed. You think maybe Martin Garcia thinks he's on the best horse and tries to go wire the field, but I don't really necessarily see a ton of confirmed speed in this race now with that one coming out. So it'll be interesting to see.
Comedy Act, who was forwardly placed in that most recent start, finishing 3rd behind Off Ramp down at Oaklawn Park. She did break her maiden at Churchill for what it's worth, and she has, as you said, been facing some good allowance company, especially down at Oaklawn in her recent races, and just missed last time out.
Right, and coming in from a race that was at 5.5 furlongs, so a sharper, faster distance early than what you would imagine plays out today. If she ends up being alone in front, she could go a little bit slower early, could work to her favor going this further distance of 7 furlongs, and perhaps she's able to catch a little bit more of a breather through those early fractions, another thing that would benefit her as your favorite.
We just got to look at the number 6, Story Hour, a horse who popped up in the gate before that last race at Keeneland. Definitely, I'm sure, took something out of her. We'll see how she fares today. For more in this field, let's check in with Lo Duca.
Thanks, Acacia. You know, this is an interesting group of fillies in here. When you come to Comedy Act, your favorite right now, she's kind of tough to get behind because you did mention that she is 1 for 13 lifetime, no seconds, a lot of thirds. She just, you know, Martin Garcia, I think, fits her a little bit better. Nothing against Rafael Bejarano, but, you know, she needs to be literally forward place. And I'm just hearing in my ear, I think the one in here is going to be a late stretch. Travis Stone is announcing it right now. So the number 1 is scratched. So right now you're going to go, it's very, very close between the 5, 6, and the 2 here. So pay attention to the board if you had the 1 in your pick 4s or pick 5s. These are pick 4 starting right now. So Comedy Act, like I was saying, I'm wondering if this horse needs to lead completely by herself. Does she get it today finally? She's just never, I think, had that breather since she won her, when she broke her maiden. And when she doesn't get that breather, she has not proven to pass horses. I understand she's been running against maybe a little bit better, but it's hard for me to get behind her. And she's another horse that sometimes she can get left, although last time she ran well. The outside filly for me for Ian Wilkes, I thought she ran a little bit better than looked last time out. It says Pop Gate. You know, when I try to look at it, she kind of like hopped a tiny bit. I think she'll run a little bit better today. I love her outside draw. I was going to talk about the 1. I thought the 1 was kind of a player in here, to be honest with you. But the 2 on the cutback for Wayne Catalano, Wayne was actually here before race number 1. He said his filly might need a race, but she's been training well. So I take as in, okay, she'll probably be taken back and make 1 run. So if it gets hot on the front end, she might accidentally win this race with Corey Lannery. So again, the 1, a late scratch in here. Acacia, Comedy Act, the 1 to beat, but I think you may be able to beat her with the outside filly in here, Story Hour.
All right, Paul, we'll see what happens. I'm with you, too. And again, as Paul mentioned, a late scratch of Precursory down to the inside. She is out of race 2, so a field of just 4 fillies that we'll have going postward in this upcoming race at Churchill. And I think that the pace dynamics, back to the conversation we were having there, Sarah, will be even more intriguing and kind of essential to success, I think, in this race, kind of what we were talking about even with the Preakness. If somebody's able to get comfortable in the front end, on or close to the lead, and set a controlled pace, when it's a shorter field, there's not as much room for race dynamics to really come into play and those deep closers to make that big run.
Right, and you want to be forwardly placed so much more so in these short fields, because if you're further back, horses aren't going to be coming back to you, because honestly, there just aren't that many of them that are going to be fading in the later stages. And, you know, Story Hour is a horse that has shown a little bit of tactical speed as well. Her synthetic races at Turfway were all pretty consistent efforts. She's run okay on the dirt before, and now you can see kind of that co-favoritism starting to happen in the shift in the odds with number 1 Precursory coming out. And so let's say Comedy Act finds herself cruising a little bit too comfortably in the early stages of this race. Perhaps Story Hour is the one to then go press her, and then that might set things up a little bit more for Transparency, the number 2, who should be sitting just off of those 2 horses, maybe tries to take back, like Paul mentioned, try to come around those horses to the outside.
We'll see how it plays out. Race 2 from Churchill coming up. Comedy Act looking for the 2nd win of her career. We'll try to get out of finishing in the money. Race 2 from Churchill up next. Here's Travis Stone.
And they are in the gate. and they're off. Story Hour breaks out well, and Comedy Act does as well. Those two fastest out. And they race up the chute together. And in behind is Comedy Act, and down inside is Transparency, tugging at the rider. Transparency keyed up there, and a bit tight down toward the rail. Tight pack, backstretch run. Comedy Act on through to take a clear lead. Story Hour second. Transparency still pulling Corey Lannery. They're third in between horses trying to settle down. Raindrops on Roses is fourth early. So down the backstretch run, Comedy Act steps out to lead by 2 with 4 furlongs to go. The opening quarter was just 23 3/5 seconds. Comedy Act getting away with a slow pace and getting away from the field has built a 3-length lead with 3 furlongs remaining. Story Hour second, Raindrops on Roses third, and Transparency has tailed off into fourth. So round the far turn, Comedy Act leads down to 2.5. Story Hours coming on from second, trying to hone in off the turn. Raindrops on Roses third, top of the stretch. Comedy Act confronted by Story Hour. And Story Hours roused to the lead right at the 8th pole. Comedy Act tries to battle on. Raindrops on Roses third, final 16th. And Story Hours getting away from the field, opening up by 3. And Raindrops on Roses comes on to be second. Comedy Act third, Transparency fourth.
Story Hour, the winner, as Comedy Act. She was able to set the pace on the front end. Looks like Sarah, she just does not like to win.
No, it really didn't matter, even though she was able to get away with some pretty comfortable fractions for her and stretching out a little bit in distance. I guess that didn't make a difference either. She's destined for third place again, and Story Hour took back and let her go, and that ended up being the winning move for her. Very comfortable to let the favorite go burn herself out on the front end and come and pick up the pieces.
Story Hour with the win, Chris Landero. So, wow, that's a fast zoom. Fast zoom. Story Hour with the win. Chris Landero's in the saddle for his father-in-law, Ian Wilkes. She broke sharply, this filly, too, and it almost seemed like Comedy Act kind of pulled Martine Garcia out to the front. She really wanted to get out to the lead. It was, in fact, though, your second choice, Story Hour, who got the win. Pretty great filly by Creative Cause. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. More live racing coming up from both Churchill Downs and Belmont Park. And we'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the races. Stay with us. We'll be back after this quick break.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Turning our attention back over to Belmont Park, it's time for race number 2. This one is a scheduled dirt race, and there's a look at Hey There, the wild card, as this filly's never run on dirt before. Let's learn more about this field. Get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, I'm very interested in the 5 Hay There, trying dirt for the first time. She's got a nice steady work tab on the dirt. And looking at her, she doesn't look like a turf horse. I mean, she doesn't have that big flat foot that you expect to see, or even those longer, slacker pasterns. I think that she's going to appreciate getting to the dirt. It's just kind of interesting that she's never tried it before. The 6 horse, Our Rosie Diamonds, I just like the impression she's making here. She was claimed for 16, now she's in for 25, and I think she's making a really nice physical impression, and she kind of just kept drawing me back to her. And sometimes, you know, just instinctually when you look at horses, it's the one that kind of keep on calling you to take a second, third, even fourth look. Getting a little bit worked up, and I'd be interested to see how she settles in once Jamie Torres gets aboard. Again, an apprentice that I've been very, very impressed with. And the 7 Save Grace. I like her turning back to 6 furlongs here. She looks great, very well turned out, like most of Mike Maker's horses. She is by Super Saver, a little moisture in the track, certainly couldn't hurt, but I like the turn back for her. I think it's really going to help her, and I think she'll put herself forward in this race.
Richie, thank you. 3-1 on Save Grace. You can get a $15 bonus today, though, by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont Park and Monmouth Park today, and you can get a $15 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Check out NairaBets.com to opt in today. There's always all kinds of great promos going on over at Naira Bets. Sarah, let's talk about the number 5, Hey There, as there's a lot going on with her. She's taking a big drop in class. She broke her maiden on synthetic at Turfway. Prior to that, we saw her in New York sprinting on the turf, and now she's going to be on the dirt. What do you make of her as your favorite?
And this is the daughter of Country Day, who is a stallion that I really wasn't familiar with whatsoever. I mean, he stands for just $2,500, and she's earned over $100,000 so far on turf and synthetic. So certainly doing him proud so far. And I guess I just wonder, with a trainer that is as sharp as Brad Cox is, if this was ultimately going to be the right surface for her and she was going to be able to compete at a level that we had seen her at when she was on those other surfaces, wouldn't it have happened already? Now, I know horses can sometimes surprise you, but I think with the drop in class as well as the surface switch, I understand why she is taking the money that she is, but I think you also have to ask yourself, why are all of these changes happening?
More on her in a moment. Yesterday, we had just one turf race on the card, and it was the feature early in the day, the Paradise Creek for the 3-year-olds on the turf. And it was Eyewitness who got the jump and was able to hold off the late rally from Inflation Nation.
Yeah, and this was a horse that had been running well on synthetic over at Turfway as well for Wesley Ward, and you knew that he at least had some stamina to be able to get this 7 furlong distance coming out of mile races, and the pace started to really fall apart in the later stages of this race. He was able to get the jump on one of those later closers, and you can see that the ground out there is just kind of really, you know, not really playing well to those horses right now. You can see him kind of struggling to get home over what was a very wet turf yesterday.
He made the jump from synthetic to turf. Will your favorite here make the jump from synthetic to dirt, meaning the rest of the field, the speed should come from Jet Set Juliet.
Yeah, and this horse took a lot of money last time as well in a race that was upset by Lady Mine. We'll see what we get from her today. She should be in front.
Here is the 2, Handle the Truth, a big price.
Yeah, just 1 for 30, lifetime 3 seconds, 6 thirds, and those 3 third-place finishes in her last 3, all at double-digit odds.
Next will be a horse I know you have some interest in. Legitimate Trip last time for Aaron Warrior.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and a jockey change to Irad Ortiz Jr., and he's not the favorite for once.
No, usually every horse he rides will be. Here is the number 4, Brissell.
Switching back to dirt after a turf race last time, going a little bit further. She does have a win on a muddy sealed surface. That's not exactly the kind of surface we're getting today.
And she's been sharp out there. Here is still your favorite, Hey There.
Yeah, plenty of changes for her like we've already discussed. We'll see if she takes to the dirt today on the class drop.
Next is our Rosie Diamond, second off the claim for Michelle Nevin.
This is one that exits the same race as Jet Set Juliet. Broke from pretty far out that day, set about mid-pack. Pace was coming apart, but to me, seemed kind of a little bit one pace throughout.
And finally, the number 7, Save Grace, who takes a bit of a drop in class.
Another one dropping in class, like you mentioned, cutting back in distance as well. She was favored a couple of times. Didn't really offer much last time out.
Taking a look at Hey There, it's interesting because on the bottom side, Brad Cox is familiar with the family too. This filly is half to Field Day, a stakes winner who's a turf sprinter, and Brad Cox also trained. And taking a look at her win at Turfway, this is back in January. She got up by a nose, and it looked like she really had to work for it to get to the wire this day, but she got the job done. And then was facing tougher last time, too. Lady Milagro wired the field in that most recent race on the turf. I think that there are some questions about her. I will say, Sarah, she looks gorgeous out on the racetrack. She's made a lovely impression. I just really wonder, like you said, if Brad Cox thought she might be a dirt horse, why she hasn't run on it before.
Right, and I'll defer to you on how horses look, but I'm pretty impressed with what I'm seeing from up here on set through our TV. You know, I wonder too, she had those really good efforts hitting the board on the turf last year over the summer, especially that one at Saratoga, finishing third as the favorite. But then with that time off, returning on the synthetic, and now dropping in for the tag as well, I kind of wonder, did something happen during that layoff? Has she not necessarily come back with the same type of quality that she was showing at that time? And these are all questions that'll be answered shortly, but I just don't want to take 9 to 5 on a horse that I have questions about.
Yeah, she is a short price, but making a lovely impression. For our eyes on the ground, though, let's check in once again with Richie.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah. It's always hard to take a horse at a short price doing something for the first time. There's just a little bit too much unknown. Horse that didn't really grab me in the paddock, but I liked her much more in the racetrack, was the 1 Jet Set Juliet, who I do believe is the speed here. Eric Cancel needs to be aggressive from the inside and allow her to use her speed. Now, we saw the first race, the horses stayed wide, and I don't necessarily think that means the inside's bad. I think a little bit of race riding was going on with the 2 horses that were the 2 main contenders, and they ran in inverted order as far as their favoritism goes. Horse I'm going to pick, though, and absolutely loved her in the paddock, and then she actually improved on the racetrack to me, was the 7 Save Grace. She's well drawn. I love the turn back for her. Manny Franco's just been riding so strongly, and I think he'll be in a good position stalking from the outside. So I'm all about the 7 Save Grace.
Richie, thank you. 5-2 on the 7 Save Grace. And Sarah, she is one who last time out, she didn't get out the greatest. Manny Franco kind of sat in the saddle. Do you think that she'll be a little bit more forward today? You wouldn't want to see the number 1 Jet Set Juliet get away from the rest of this field.
Right, and Manny Franco is a rider that thankfully is a little bit more aggressive with his horses, so he'll take notice of how that pace is playing out in front of him and not let her get too far away from whatever is happening in front of him. She got into kind of a second flight position, was on the rail by the top of the stretch, and just kind of really had nothing to offer last time. But it's possible that she didn't care for the distance or the company, but it's also possible that she might just be regressing a little bit lately, as she's in for the lowest claiming level of her career so far. So I see her as a horse with buyers that are going in the wrong direction versus others that might have a chance to move forward. But I think that's just something that happens when you have all of these horses that are dropping in class. They end up getting in against company. And I know we always say found their friends, but that's a phrase that is like, I don't want to beat up on my friends. I don't want to make them lose. So I know that we all use that to describe a horse that might be meeting company that they might find to their liking today.
Let's take a look at the number 3 Aeron Warrior, because I know you have some interest in this filly. I thought, one thing that I thought was interesting is that, yes, Jose Gomez lost his iron at the start and really had to take this filly out of the game. But Dave Dawn drops her right away. Does that concern you a little?
It does, but I also see him reaching out for Irad Ortiz Jr., so maybe they're dropping and trying to get a win, and that's what I'm hoping for them. And, Jose Gomez losing that iron, he actually had to put the crop in his mouth, and he had to reach down and be able to put his foot back in, and she was just really taken out of her game in that race so far back. And this was a horse that had sat a little bit closer in some of her prior races, too. So I think in for the tag again with all of those early disadvantages and the jockey switch, I think at this price as the 4th choice right now, that's mainly what drew me to her, is that I found some trouble for her. I thought that she could have an improved performance with a jockey change as well, and I knew that she wouldn't be 2nd, 3rd, and she is the 4th choice. So that's my argument for Aaron Warrior.
Good Samaritan, the sire, one who might fly beneath the radar a little bit, but I thought it was interesting looking up his stats. He's actually had the most of his winners sprinting on the dirt. So we'll see what happens here with her as she got a big warm-up from Irad Ortiz Jr., of course, 2nd in the Preakness yesterday aboard Blazing Sevens. And these jockeys, so tough. Back here the day after a big race and riding out of town and riding the whole card at Belmont.
Right. I mean, they never sleep, just like you. So here they are to ride more horses, and this just keeps them being at the top of their game like we see so often. A horse that I know that you had a little bit of interest in was the number 6, Our Rosie Diamonds. I didn't really see enough excuses for her last time. Did you have some other races of hers that you wanted to go back to that you thought made her more competitive in here?
I thought that the post really hindered her last time. She looked like when she was wide pressing, to me, she was a little bit erratic late. And sometimes when horses are kind of without cover, and especially a high energy type like she is, she never really was able to get settled. And especially that kind of kicked in later in the race as well. So I thought she'd be a price in here, which she is. She's 9-1. She may not be as good as some of the others that are dropping in class. But on top of that, Michelle Nevin's barn has been in a really good groove right now. And this is going to be the 2nd start for the barn. She will have had the opportunity to kind of figure her out a little bit. It was also a very wet track in her most recent start. I think sometimes you have to pay attention when barns really get in a good groove, and horses seem to be running well for them.
Absolutely. And I think that if you do have those excuses for her last time, you do have some races to go back to with her, that if these class droppers fail to show up, it's definitely a more open race.
We'll see how it plays out in race 2. The big question, can Hey There handle the main track for Brad Cox on that drop in class? Race 2 from beautiful Belmont Park up next. Johnny I has the call.
Waiting for Our Rosie Diamonds and Save Grace. There in the gate. And they're off. That was a bobbling start there for number 4, Russell, and she trails the field. Down on the inside, it is Jet Set Juliet. Now moving up is Our Rosie Diamonds. Aaron Warrior is right there. Aaron Warrior now takes the lead. Our Rosie Diamonds runs in 2nd. Save Grace moves up on the extreme outside. Jet Set Juliet is down at the rail. Then Hey There running in 5th. After that awkward start, Russell has advanced on the extreme outside. Farther back in the field is Handle the Truth in 7th. On the inside, Aaron Warrior. On the outside, Our Rosie Diamonds. Our Rosie Diamonds with a neck in front. Aaron Warrior is down at the rail. Save Grace is in between horses now. On her outside is Russell. Down towards the inside is Hey There and Jet Set Juliet. And Handle the Truth continues to trail. The quarter 23-2, the half mile in 47-1 as they come into the stretch now. And Hey There has taken over the lead. Hey There in front. Aaron Warrior runs in 2nd. Our Rosie Diamonds and Jet Set Juliet. Hey There pouring it on here through the stretch. It's Hey There and Flavien Prat. Much the best winner, and it was close for 2nd between the late closing Jet Set Juliet and Aaron Warrior.
Hey There. Well, looks like she was able to handle the dirt with no problem. Just too much racehorse for these on the drop in class as she pulls away from this field.
Yeah, just much the best for this field. And we saw the pace play out a little bit differently than we imagined, or how it projected to on paper, with some riders showing a little bit more aggression and others being a little bit more interested in waiting and seeing how things played out. And ears up at the wire, I mean, she was just very, very easily the best of this field.
Yeah, it looks like on paper the number 1, Jet Set Juliet, was going to be the one dictating the pace. Saw a lot a more forward position from our Rosie Diamonds even, and Jet Set Juliet coming from off of it though, and looking like the winner and the runner-up both claimed. So Hey There claimed, as well as the one Jet Set Juliet, who ended up closing for second. 5, 1, 3, 6 top 2 finishers claimed as well. In race number 2, Hey There delivers as the favorite in her first start on the main track. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, one of the most iconic views in all of horse racing. The Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, the site of our next race. Race number 3, it's a $50,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life for 3-year-olds and upward, 1 scratch of the number 1. No Classy Socks today, which is disappointing, but we do have Hocus.
Yeah, and this is a second-time starter. She won on debut at Keeneland, and this is a big step up for her after winning for the $20,000 maiden claiming level.
Yeah, stepping up to face winners for the first time and at a little bit of a higher price tag, too. Here's the 3 Ignitus, who's had plenty of chances.
Yeah, and looking back at who he's faced, you have a plethora of graded stakes winners down the page, but he's a consistent board hitter, not a consistent winner.
Blinkers off, American Icon.
This one, last 3 starts since returning to dirt, he's gone off at big prices, and he's kind of run to them as well.
Steve Rasmussen has the favorite Riders Special coming up next.
Yeah, this one, I just don't really see a big move from this horse. He kind of is that one-pace type.
Has to get out of the gate, too.
Yes.
That's been a big problem for her and for him, excuse me. And the number 6, Insolito.
Just got the maiden breaking score last time for a $50,000 claiming tag and stays at that kind of price tag level, facing winners for the first time today.
Does have some speed as well, breaking to the outside. That's the field for race 3 at Churchill. Back over at Belmont Park. Race 2 in the books. It was Hey There, your favorite, getting onto the dirt for the first time, despite only ever having run on turf and synthetic, and she was just too much racehorse for the horses that she met today.
Yeah, a well-intentioned class drop for her, and just ended up being way better than the other horses she was facing. And the other class dropper in here, the number 7, Save Grace, failing to show up again, and that's kind of when you have these questions about horses that are dropping in class, there's usually a reason. Now with Hey There, it didn't matter. She was able to be just much the best in here, but it was okay to have reservations about a horse like Save Grace. So it's always a question mark when these horses are taking that plummet in the class ladder.
Hey there, kicks away though with her ears up under Flavian Pratt to get the win in the second race. She delivered as your 2-to-1 favorite, $6.80 winner, 5-1-3 in the second at Belmont Park. Back over to Churchill Downs again. The third race coming up here. Your favorite is the 5 Rider Special. And as we touched on in the post parade, he's a horse that, well, first of all, he has never actually even crossed the wire first. He was elevated to first through disqualification back in April at Oaklawn. And he's a horse that just has a tendency to not break that well and take himself pretty far out of it.
Which is obviously a problem. I mean, you look at who he was DQ'd from, a horse like Speed Bias, who we saw run very well at Pimlico over the weekend. And some of the other horses he's been facing, he's been keeping good company. But at the same time, he's doing himself no favors early on.
He's 9-5. Let's check in with Lo Duca.
I kind of agree with both of you when it comes to the 5 in here, Rider Special. But we'll go to the 2, Hocus. And not many times you'll see a 6-year-old debut and win off by 4 lengths, but that's what happened for this Michael Thompson, trained and owned son of Arch Gelding at age 6, just crushed the maiden 20 at Keeneland, stopped the clock in 120, 112 for 6 furlongs with Declan Cannon. And you know, when you look at other horses in here like the 3 Ignitus, who's 1 for 25, you kind of look for the horses that are 1 for the least, so I can understand where they're going with the 2, but there could be some regression as a 6-year-old coming back in the second start. You know, Insolito on the outside I thought was impressive. And, you know, it took him 10 starts to break his career maiden, but he did it in style last time at Keeneland. We've seen the Keeneland horses just come in here firing a little bit better than the Oaklawn horses. You know, Rider Special in here, the 5. Maybe the cutback in distance will help. You know, you look back and you guys hit the nail on the head. This horse has not crossed the wire first, and it's kind of a concern. And in only one of his races has he ever had his head in front, and that's when he basically was placed first through disqualification. So I thought he was on the outside. And like I said, Ignitus, who's getting bet right now at 5-2, is 1 for 25, and the 4 in the last 3 races has not beaten a horse. So those are the 2, you know, colts I just couldn't endorse. I thought it was 3 horses in here. I'll give the edge to the outside horse, Insolito. I thought was impressive, and I think can come right back.
All right, Paul, thank you. Insolito broke his maiden last time out. We'll take a look at that race over at Keeneland. And one thing that is a benefit for him, too, Sarah, is that he comes back at what seems to be the right level, and he has some speed as well.
And in these short fields, as we talked about a little bit earlier on today, it's so important to have that early speed. And sometimes, you know, once horses finally get that first win, they are able to put those efforts back to back, and he was able to get the job done coming off of a couple of synthetic efforts over at Turfway Park, and he just has that major edge on his rival to the inside in Rider Special, who isn't likely to be as forwardly placed as him early, likes to come from further back in the field. And this was a pretty impressive win for a horse that was making his 10th start there, now number 11 today versus winners for the first time.
Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. Paul touched on the most lightly raced horse in the field, the number 2, Hocus, who debuted as a 6-year-old, and he did win, but the water's tougher today.
Yeah, and generally you don't want to see a horse that's making their first start at age 6, and now this is a vote of confidence to move him up in terms of price tag as well, facing those winners for the first time. He went off at 8-1 that day, also at Keeneland, and able to hold the others at bay. And I just don't love a horse that has reached this age and is just so lightly raced still. There had to have been delays and why he took so long to get to the racetrack.
We'll see if he can go 2 for 2 at race 3 from Churchill Downs. Up next, here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gates, and they're off. Insolito breaks out on top. Hocus is sent through toward the inside, and here's Hocus. Hocus comes on through, and in between is Rider Special and Insolito after that good beginning. Right up and on the pace as well. Ignitus backs off to settle in 4th. A break of 5 from there to American Icon out-sprinted early on. So down the back stretch they go. Insolito running well off the rail, but in front with 4 furlongs remaining. Hocus is now second and down inside. Ignitus trying to come through toward the inside of Rider Special. They're together third and fourth. Still 5 back to American Icon. Far turn run. Insolito, the leader, midway round the turn. The quarter in 22 and 4. Hocus working harder to keep up in second. Rider Special sent up on the outside third. Ignitus and American Icon at the quarter pole. Hocus trying to re-rally on Insolito. Insolito heads for home in front. Hocus down inside. Rider Special still plugging away while third. And then it's Ignitus and American Icon. They're inside the final furlong. Insolito's getting leg weary. Rider Special comes on the outside and comes on the outside to win it. Rider Special runs down Insolito. American Icon grabbed third and Hocus was fourth.
The favorite gets the job done. Rider Special able to run down Insolito.
Yeah, and this was a horse hanging on that inside lead late, but it ultimately just had been facing much tougher company in the past, and this is the first time that he's crossed the wire in front today. Class drop able to help him, and he wasn't as far back early as we have seen him be in the past. Also a difference maker for him as Insolito just got a little bit too tired late.
And it's interesting, Rider Special, he actually flipped back to the left lead. He did switch over to his right lead as he was supposed to the outside right foreleg to reach coming into the stretch. And sometimes horses, when they are kind of fighting in with company, it was as soon as he came alongside Insolito, he switched back to the left lead. And hats off to Tyler Gaffleone, because sometimes that can be a little bit jarring. But he just left him alone. He said, okay, buddy, you're running, you're moving forward, you're going in the right direction. We'll do what you want. No, they made it interesting for sure.
Right, absolutely. Good fight to the wire for them. And sometimes you see riders really fixated on trying to get their horse to switch leads and be on the correct one in the stretch instead of just letting them go forwards. And that matters more, honestly, than getting that lead change.
I think Louis Saez is one that's a great example of that. He'll just leave his horse alone if he's not going to switch his leads. But Rider Special flipping back to that left lead and able to get the winner. When we come back, we'll talk about a New York bred star, now a graded stakes winner against Open Company. Maple Leaf Mel, impressive out of Pimlico this weekend.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. A tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, Champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, Champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
2023 marks the 10th celebration of Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night. Friday, June 2nd at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 4 Pennsylvania-bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 2 Penn Mile. Friday, June 2nd at Penn National. First post, 5 p.m. For more, go to PAHPBA.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. talking about some special New York breds. For more information, check out nybreds.com for more info on the New York Thoroughbred breeding and development fund. We love those New York breds, and we love getting a chance to follow them when they run an open company this weekend on Friday at Pimlico in the Miss Preakness. Sarah, Maple Leaf Mel, a New York bred who had only ever faced New York bred company before, now a graded stakes winner against open company, named for Jeremiah Englehart's assistant, Melanie Giddings, and just so cool to see this talented filly on the big stage.
Absolutely, and Joelle Rosario, a very cool customer on her, going to the front in here, and this is a race where this is where the chart comment under wraps late, what I feel would be more in play, because he urges her along a little bit, but then once he realizes that he has plenty of distance on those other horses, he just lets her cruise on home, and she's one that's been ultra impressive, able to take that show on the road, able to show that she can compete against open company, and I'll be curious to see what they're pointing to next, because she's a very promising horse.
They opted to skip Big Apple Showcase Day on Monday coming up here and go into a graded stakes company, and it was the right move. The Great Jones Bourbon New York bred performance of the week is Maple Leaf Mel, capturing the Grade 3 Miss Preakness. She's talented, and it's a great story too, named for Jeremiah's assistant, Melanie, and there's a great video that was going around on Twitter of her cheering her home too, which I just always love those stories behind the scenes.
It's always so sweet to see the connections cheering their horses home, and that's something we've been able to see a lot with all of the Kentucky Derby contenders, seeing those videos and also seeing all of those connections, being able to really root their horse home. It just shows that kind of passion and excitement and all the great things that racing is about.
Well, we'll see what's next for the talented New York bred filly Maple Leaf Mel. We turn our attention to some big races coming up in just a few weeks now. June 10th, the Belmont Stakes. For the first time ever, you can catch it live on Fox on Saturday, June 10th, the final duel of the Triple Crown. But not just the Belmont Stakes. So many races on the undercard. Every surface, every distance, we've got you covered. It's a spectacular day, spectacular weekend of racing as they've made it the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and we just can't wait.
Yeah, our turn now.
That's right. Back to today at Belmont, though, we have race 3, an off-the-turf maiden special weight here, 7 furlongs on the main track now for 3-year-olds and upward. 1 to 9 on Dark Vector, which makes a lot of sense, and he's a colt, Sarah, that's actually run well on all 3 surfaces, on the Tapeta, down at Gulfstream, and the turf, along with the dirt last time out. And off that last race, he just looks like he lays over what he faces today.
Oh, if he runs that last race, he should win. I mean, the debut was against Kentucky Derby winner Mage, and then that second on turf behind a good horse for Chad Brown and Carl Spackler. The synthetic try wasn't even that bad before returning to the dirt last time out with that decent 84 Beyer speed figure. And the third place finisher of that race, Castle Warden, had run a 77 Beyer in his debut before that 80 here and last time. So you can't be too suspicious of that figure just yet. Javier Castellano doesn't hurt either.
No, he's making all the moves right now as he's the short price favorite. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I mean, obviously he's the horse to beat. A horse that I really like a lot is the 2 American Know-How. I think this horse made a big step forward from his debut. He ran well on debut. Looked to me like he might have got just a bit tired. But from a physical fitness standpoint, I think he's come together really nicely since that race. I also like the way he's acting. I always look for a second-time starter, their demeanor, how they reacted to that first race. He's very clear-eyed. He's very calm. He's very focused. I think he's going to take a big step forward. Number 2, American Know-How. The 6, Venge, really strong, good-looking son of Gunrunner. Gunrunners have been running. One thing I see about this horse, though, I'm going to be curious. I'm going to follow him along when he gets to the turf for the first time. You want to talk about a wide, flat foot, longer, slacker passer. And he's got what I call a platypus foot. I mean, I really think when he gets to the turf, you're going to see the best of the 6, Venge. And then your favorite. I mean, he's obvious. He stands out. He looks great. George Weaver does great work. His horses look good. This horse just shipped in from South Florida not too long ago, so he's still sporting his Florida tan, if you will. I'm a little bit confused, though. All right, he was well beaten against a really good field. You mentioned it, Mage. Then they went right to turf, then synthetic, and then back to dirt. Doesn't that feel like they were trying to figure it out a little bit? Now, his last race was very good, but I'm not as confident in him because it feels like maybe the connections were still trying to figure out what was the best move with him.
It's a great point, Richie. 1 to 9 is a very short price on Dark Vector, as he was a horse that he's not a main track only. He was entered to potentially run on the turf in here, so we'll see. But as we take a look at that race at Keeneland last time out, he was kind of chasing a long shot, Sarah, and he kind of dragged Louis Size, who rode him that day, up to the front to get caught late. But those kinds of moves, typically you can build off of it and see if you can get to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, and I mean, as we said, a repeat of this performance from a numbers standpoint should have him in the winner's circle, but I also understand wanting to see this race again, especially with those different surfaces and attempts to do some other things in between, and they were trying to get him back on the turf in this spot as well. So while I have some confidence in him, I don't have 1 to 9 confidence in him.
I thought Richie brought up a really good point about the 2 American Know-How. I remember Richie being in the paddock for his first race and saying he just kind of needed one for fitness, and he's coming back here. Unfortunately, again, rained off the turf as the schedule has not been his friend, but he ran fine. And yes, he faded a little bit, but he could certainly build off of that first race.
Oh, of course. And he didn't pass his stablemate in there, Son of a Birch, another great name that we have, but he did pass a couple of horses. So it's nice to see that versatility.
And he will kick off the post-parade American Know-How.
And it rained off the turf last time as well, as you mentioned. So at least you know that he can handle the dirt.
Finishing second, here's the number 6, Venge. I thought it was interesting, Richie's comments about him maybe wanting the turf.
Yeah, and I mean, he ran okay on a wet track on debut. That was a sloppy sealed surface, so very different from a one that's drying out like ours.
Big price on the number 7, Golden Purchase. Here's another big price, Samama Beach.
And this is a horse that had been running against much more inexpensive company recently, maybe hoping that this race stayed on the turf.
And your favorite, Dark Vector.
Yeah, he just makes a lot of sense and is obviously the horse to beat, but this is a very, very short price for him with some other horses that have handled the dirt before and could be interesting alternatives.
1 to 9, where do you look to go for those alternatives?
I mean, I picked him on top, but this is just way too short as far as betting him to win. I'm not really interested in betting 1 to 9 shots to win, but I mean, he is on my pick 5 ticket. But, you know, American Know-How, he was very close up early, and he was the more highly thought of his stablemate, Son of a Birch, who went off at a bigger price than he was. And that one had experience as an advantage for him as well. He earned a 61 buyer for that second on debut, and it was a pretty close finish between him and the winner in there. So I actually preferred him a little bit as the first-time starter last time. And as you mentioned, he can certainly build off of that debut effort as well. So I'm curious to see what we get from him from the inside, too. And Venge, the number 6, another one that just, he took some money first time out. He finished 3rd and didn't really back that up second time out on January 14th. But with the brief freshening, he ran back a similar number on April 21st in a race won by a long shot in Alternate Reality. And the second place finisher, Majestic Michael, that came back to run again yesterday, finished second again. So at least he's been facing some decent company.
And I noticed last time Venge, and he was off a bit of a freshening, he kind of threw his head up at the gate and breaking out of the gate. And it's interesting. He looks like he might have a little bit bigger blinkers than he did last time too. So I wonder if they're trying to keep him focused. He's now a gelding. Some interesting notes with Venge, and we'll maybe get to see him on the turf in the future. Let's go back to Richie as horses finish up their warm-ups.
Yeah, guys, I am certainly going to be looking for Venge in the future on the turf. I think that's where his future is going to lie. I'm going to go with the 2, American Know-How. I know he's got to take a big step forward off his debut, but I think there's a big step forward there. I think he just looks a lot fitter to me, a lot more complete than he did on debut, and he ran extremely well that day, and I think he's going to take a big step forward. Liked his warm-up, left the pony with Trevor McCarthy, and I like the way he got over this surface, which, by the way, I mean, this track is in just fantastic shape for the amount of rain we had. I can't even believe how good it is. 1.6 inches of rain yesterday. I know I went up to the office. I had to wring my pants out when I changed into some dry clothes. But Yeah, I like American Know-How. You know, listen, I have no false illusions. Obviously, the 10 Dark Vector is going to take a lot of beating. But at 1-9 for a horse that I feel like the connections seem like they've been searching for exactly what this horse wants, and maybe they found it. You know, last time going, you know, about 7 furlongs, you know, people will see that final time, 1:26.1, but that's an elongated 7 furlongs at Keeneland. It's at about 7 furlong distance, probably about 70 yards further than an actual 7 furlong race. So the final time could be misleading. Obviously, the figure is not misleading. He's the horse to beat. 1-9. I'll try 9-2 with the 2 American Know-How, and counting on him taking a big step forward.
All right, Richie, thank you. American Know-How, his odds have continued to go down a little bit, too, as he does seem to be a logical alternative to the favorite if you're not interested in taking that price. And he's feeling pretty fresh out there on the track, too.
Yeah, he looks good from our vantage point up here as he makes his second start, and certainly could be taking a step forward now. And I like Richie's note saying that he looks more fit as well. That's always nice to hear with a horse that seems like the one that you want if you don't want to take Dark Vector at this short of a price. But I think Venge is also worth a little bit of a look too, with Flavien Prat getting aboard. The only 2 I could not make a case for, and apparently neither can the betting public, are Golden Purchase and Somama Beach.
We'll see if one of the 3 main players, so to speak, or from the betting public standpoint, it's just all about the 10 in here at 1-9. Very short price on that one, Dark Vector. Javier Castellano, Kentucky Derby winning jockey, had to settle for 3rd with Mage yesterday, but you love to see that sportsmanship, and something Paul touched on earlier, jockeys that have been riding for quite a while too, and the first person to come over and give a fist bump to John Velasquez and congratulate him after the Preakness was Javier Castellano.
Yeah, always nice to see that and have that good sportsmanship like quality. And it's also just speaks to the mentality of some of these older veterans that have been in the game for quite some time, and getting those firsts, even for them, and still being able to congratulate one another and be excited for one another and just show a lot of class and quality in doing so. And I mean, everybody that has been following racing for some time is familiar with both of these jockeys, so great to see that even they have things to cross off their bucket list too.
I think it's for everybody, no matter what role you play in the industry. There are always things that you are looking to cross off. I mean, nobody's won everything, every race that there is, so to speak, and especially on different circuits and big races around the country and around the world. And whether you're a rider, a trainer, owner, handicapper, whatever it might be, you know, there's always kinds of those firsts. I think that's something that we love about this game. There's always a great puzzle. There are incredibly frustrating moments, but there's also then these thrills, these excitements that kind of make all of those disappointments worth it.
Oh, absolutely. And there's just always something new to learn, too. You can absolutely never know it all because you're dealing with animals and not just the people, and you'll never fully get inside their heads as much as we might try to do so. And even for you, like, what's on your racing bucket list? Are there tracks you want to go to? Are there things you want to see, people you want to talk to? There's just always something new and exciting, and it's one of the great things about racing.
I completely agree. Well, I think that you also have to kind of keep that mentality of always thinking that you can improve, that you can learn more. And I think being aware of what's going on at other tracks too is a benefit, and what's going on globally. You know, I have not personally had a lot of experience with racing in Europe. I've watched a lot, but I have not been there, and it's something that I would love to do, because I think especially now seeing a lot of horses come over from Europe in these big turf races in the Turf Triple Series we have, Charlie Appleby a great example of it. But I think you always have to be aware, you always have to be watching and consuming what's going on around the world.
Oh, 100%. And even in the breeding industry, we're seeing so much more of a global impact as well, even thinking about Japan and what they've been able to do lately, becoming such a world power in racing. So just always something new and exciting on the horizon.
Race 3 from Belmont Park coming up next. Final 2 to load in. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Dark Vector moves in. We're set for Belmont's third race. And they're off. It is Dark Vector, Somama Beach, and American Know-How. American Know-How to the front. Somama Beach and Dark Vector Right there, the favorite Dark Vector sits in third, just a length off the front runners. Then it's Venge who's running in fourth, and Golden Purchase is the trailer. American Know-How on the inside and So Mama Beach on the outside, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Dark Vector, heavy favorite, in third, a length and a half behind. To his inside is Venge. Then it's 2.5 lengths back to Golden Purchase. American Know-How has the lead here by a half length as Venge now comes through on the inside and Dark Vector advances on the outside. Three of them across, so Mama Beach drops out of it. Here's Dark Vector now to take the lead. Dark Vector is in front. Then comes Venge and American Know-How. The half mile was run in 46 and 4/5 seconds, and they are at the top of the stretch. And Dark Vector has the lead here. Dark Vector by 3, by 4, by 5, and more. It is Dark Vector pouring it on here through the stretch. Venge will try to hold second. American Know-How is next, and a Golden Purchase. Dark Vector at 1-5 to break his maiden. Dark Vector the winner. Venge was second. American Know-How third.
Dark Vector, well, he was a short price, but I guess rightly so, wrapped up coming down to the wire.
Yeah, makes 1-5 look like easy peasy for him. And the horses that seemed like the main players on paper finishing second and third in here, and just way too much for this field, really backing up that last race as well.
A confident ride from Javier Castellano as well. Let's go back down to Richie.
Well, Keisha, they did find out what Dark Vector wants to do, and that's sprint on the dirt. At least it looks like he'll go further. This is when you see a horse that's winning with something left. Keep an eye on his ears as he's coming down to the wire, flicking that inside ear, under wraps. This is a horse that obviously could have went a lot faster, and I think people have to really discern when you watch horses that win by open lengths, whether they were ridden out or they were running as hard as they could or they won with something left. Dark Vector certainly capable of going faster today if it was necessary.
Could have a big future moving forward. Richie, Dark Vector, those ears, they're kind of like your telescope, so to speak. They signals. They give you a key as to what's going on. And right there, as his ears starts to flick up, he's looking to Javier Castellano. Are you going to ask me to do more? Can I run faster? But Dark Vector, much the best here in this race to break his maiden at 1-5, bringing prices, reactions, and more live racing from Churchill Downs after this on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. Over at Churchill Downs, we have the 4th race coming up. 6 furlongs on the main track in this maiden claiming race for 10,000 3-year-olds and upward. In the spotlight, full field of 8 with Purpose. Currently your favorite at 8-5. We'll meet the field, starting things off with Cousin Odell.
First-time starter here, not taking much money on the board right now. The works are okay, particularly the 1-2 back, but maybe might need a raise.
7-1 right now on this one. Does debut with blinkers on for Greg Foley. Here's the 2 full-time job, and it looks like those blinkers on for him will be an extension blinker. Fully covering that right eye.
Yeah, really making a standout difference with the color of those. And second-time starter for Son of McLean's Music. We'll see what we get from him today. Could improve.
Left pocket money. Not right pocket money, left pocket.
Good distinction. Broke slowly last time, drops a little bit in class, and off for quite some time as well.
Here's the 4, another firster, Gary's Flying Lion.
And this one is taking some money down from that 15-1 morning line. This one could be a little bit interesting. Always good to watch the board with these first-time starters.
The son of Steppen Honor, Florida bred. Here's the 5, Scotch No Rocks.
This one has just had a lot of chances, now making start number 15. Was in at this level last time, off a little bit of a freshening too.
10-1 on that one. Second-time starter with Purpose.
Makes a lot of sense dropping in class, and a horse that he faced last time, Gun Maestro, had faced some good horses himself in the past.
He's your favorite. Here's a look at Midway Miracle.
Another one with just a lot of chances coming into this race, and had run at this level last time, might be overmatched again.
And the outside class dropper, King of Kentucky.
Well, he faced none other than Dark Vector, who we just saw totally romp in our last race here at Belmont. So you know that that is a live race that he comes out of.
He was forward in there from an outside post and ended up fading to 9th. The number 8, King of Kentucky, to the outside. Now he's taking that big drop in class, and that often can be a big key for horses that are not getting the job done at the maiden special weight level. It is a significant drop in class, though, all the way down to the bottom to the 10,000.
And you have to wonder what Dark Vector would have won by if he was taking that same type of drop in class himself. And this one was in chase mode the whole way last time out. That was also his dirt debut, too. So you have to wonder why they are making such a big drop in class from that maiden special weight level. It's all the way down to the $10,000 maiden claiming. It's not just a slight, oh, now they're in for the tag for the first time. This is a pretty significant plummet, but you know that he was at least facing good horses.
And some news coming in, a significant scratch here, a late scratch of the number 6 with Purpose. So your favorite out favoritism now shifting over to that big class dropper, King of Kentucky. So big late scratch in the 4th with Purpose is out. So now you're going to have to take a very short price on King of Kentucky. Anybody else that you could see making a case for besides him?
I mean, with the horses that are just making their second start, like number 2, Full-Time Job, who is also dropping in for a tag for the first time, he doesn't come out of quite the same type of race as the number 8, King of Kentucky, having run at Horseshoe Indianapolis last time, going 5.5 furlongs. But I think that he was just kind of done early in that race, and now that equipment with the extension blinker, maybe they're trying to figure out some new things for him, and he could improve second time out. But I think the money that's coming in on the number 4, Gary's Flying Lion, has to be pretty significant, especially with horses that have some experience and had shown more than maybe some others that had a lot of experience coming into here. Any first-time starter that's taking this kind of money off the morning line is one I'd want to pay attention to.
Yeah, very good point. Gary's Flying Lion, who had been training down at Tampa Bay Downs, had won work locally at Churchill and is now debuting here. For the 2 Full-Time Job, we touched on that equipment. You could see it really well right there. So it looks like he has a short blinker cup on the left, so just regular what we call kind of cheater blinkers. And then on the right side, his right eye will be fully covered. Typically, you'll see those types of blinkers affects the horses that have the tendency to drift out. The thought being that they can't see what's to their outside. It limits their focus, even more covered up than a blinker. I always felt like it was kind of like just putting a Band-Aid on. I'm not the biggest proponent, but you have seen it do wonders for certain horses. We'll see if it helps today.
Yeah, it's one of those things that just seems so drastic, too, in terms of blocking the vision from a horse's one eye. I mean, they can still see, they're fine, but at the same time, like you said, it's a Band-Aid to a situation that might have more meaning to it underneath and might take a little bit more time to figure these horses out as well. So this one also getting a little bit rowdy behind the gate there. Good job by that rider in Edgar Morales to stay aboard.
Yeah, and he had his feet out of the irons, too, and he was doing that to try to keep the horse relaxed. And it was the right call for the pony rider to let go of him. When horses start pulling like that, you don't want to be trying to hold on to him. And looks like now he's settling down a little bit more. About to load in for the 4th race. Again, big late scratch. The favorite, the number 6, With Purpose, is out. Favoritism now over to the 8, King of Kentucky. We'll see if he really is the King of Kentucky at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone is the call.
Kentucky. They're in the gate, and they're off. King of Kentucky caught a flyer. In front, 3 lengths in the first few jumps. King of Kentucky fast early. 3 lengths back to Cousin Odell to the inside, who's out in second. Scotch No Rocks comes away third. Midway Miracle hustled along in fourth. Gary's Flying Lion in between. Wow, fifth. Left Pocket Money's back in sixth. And Full-Time Job, the trailer, down the backstretch run. And the sharp start put King of Kentucky in front by 2 with 4 furlongs to go and got an opening quarter in 22 and 2. Leads down to a length and a half. Scotch No Rocks comes up on the outside of Cousin Odell. Midway Miracle with a move on the far outside. 4th, 3rd, and challenging for 2nd. So round the far turn, King of Kentucky, the lead is 3 heading for the quarter pole. Midway Miracle rolls up into 2nd and targets King of Kentucky off the turn, but it's a 4-length lead top of the lane. King of Kentucky in front. Midway Miracle continues to close. 2.5 lengths behind, 1 furlong to go. Now 2 behind. King of Kentucky trying to hold. Midway Miracle continues to rally. Time is running out to catch King of Kentucky. Midway Miracle trying to get there. Up in time. Midway Miracle runs down King of Kentucky. Scotch No Rocks was 3rd and Gary's Flying Lion was 4th.
Midway Miracle in start number 12, able to run down King of Kentucky. My goodness, was he fast out of the gate early.
Wow, I mean, he was just lengths ahead of this field early on, but as you can see, it took a toll late for him, and now I guess that we can kind of see why that class drop was perhaps warranted, not being able to hold on, but he ran fast early on to just get caught, and you can kind of see it there, the size disparity of these two horses.
He's very small, King of Kentucky.
And as far as a bigger horse coming up to him on the outside there, and just having more foundation as well, making start number 12 too.
Midway Miracle. Today was the day for the son of midshipman, and on the outside in the bright colors could see just how quick already over King of Kentucky was out of the gate, but it was not enough. Even with this drop in class, Midway Miracle able to get to him in the late stages of the race. 7-8 under the line in the 4th at Churchill Downs. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll continue our discussion of the final jewel of the Triple Crown. The Belmont Stakes Trophy is on the line. We're next. The spotlight turns to New York.
At Gainesway.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Race 4 at Belmont Park is up next. It's a 1.16 off the turf here in this allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at part of the entry, which is currently even money. Pick 6 with that carryover kicks off here. Let's check in for a paddock report with Richie.
Yeah, we'll start with the 1A Oglethorpe for you Slapshot fans. Hockey reference there. Oglethorpe, one of the characters in that movie. He looks good. He's well drawn outside. You know, he's a horse that ran well on turf but broke his maiden on dirt. And he's been consistent. He just runs consistently good races, and he gets to kind of get a good long look at everybody from the outside. Very well turned out. Really can't say anything but good things about him from a physical perspective. The 9-horse, Lunissima, very dappled out, looks great, it's been in good form. I wonder how far he really wants to go. Maybe he's more of a closing sprinter type. I'm a little bit kind of unsure about that looking at him, but he does look good from the way he's turned out. His coat, rich, hydrated, dappled out. And then the 11 Film Star also makes a lot of sense. You know, big run at Keeneland, 2 back, ran okay last time, maybe not as well, maybe regressed a little bit, but I think he's well drawn here and certainly making a really nice impression physically.
Richie, thank you. Film Star, 8-5 right now. Linda Rice, just one of those trainers, and there are several for sure, but Linda Rice always comes to mind when you think of those that are very sharp with taking advantage of main track only entries on days when we could be off the turf.
She is, absolutely.
Back over to Churchill Downs in race number 4. King of Kentucky was sharp out of the gate, but no match late for Midway Miracle, who was able to run him down.
He was, and something we were talking about before heading over to the break, there's just the size disparity between these two horses. You say Midway Miracle ranging up on the outside of King of Kentucky, and there you can see the King of Kentucky is a pretty small horse to his inside too, and I guess we also see that that class drop was warranted with even those early fractions and such a clean break out of the gate, getting a jump on this field, not able to sustain that run and hold off that horse, Midway Miracle.
$12.16 winner, Midway Miracle over your 4-5 favorite after that late scratch. King of Kentucky will have to settle for second. Back to Belmont Park, getting ready for this off the turf 4th race, the entry currently even money, and I would say because of this entry, it's really Oglethorpe that is being bet because of his win on the dirt at Keeneland last time out, but you can make a case for both parts of the entry, as Constitutional Lawyer had run some good races prior, but as far as Oglethorpe is concerned, we'll take a look at his win back in April at Keeneland, and it's funny because, Sarah, he actually moves much more like a turf horse. He has that proverbial high knee action that we look for, but his lone victory came on the main track.
Yeah, it did, and I mean, that was his first time getting on dirt when he was dirt intentioned. He had run in an off-the-turf race on debut and ran an okay second in there, so Perhaps we'll see what he ultimately ends up wanting to do and what surface he wants to be on, but he's run well on both so far for this son of Arrogate, and this is the one that I do believe is killing the price on this entry. I actually like Constitution Lawyer a little bit more than him, but Oglethorpe has just run very consistent buyers in the mid 80s, and he makes a lot of sense in here, and kind of game last time too over Trumptastic, who's not that bad himself.
Speaking of Constitution Lawyer, the other part of the entry, West Pace is racing, the common owner between the two of those horses. Constitution Lawyer has been on the turf recently, but he actually broke his maiden on the main track and then even tried a race like the Withers as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and I think that he just hasn't been on dirt in a race where he could be competitive in quite some time. I like him getting back to this surface. As you mentioned, he won on a muddy sealed track back on January 2nd of 2022 with an 85 buyer trying Stakes Company, then the synthetic at Turfway in the Jeff Ruby Stakes off a break, running into a nice allowance field with Gall, Unbridled Bomber, all turf since then. I like him getting back here.
Pick 6 kicks off here. We had that nice carryover of $38,000. And if you're not signed up for an Ira Bets account, this is the perfect time to do so. You can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. We want to make sure there's money in your account, so you can play the Pick 6, the pool already growing, a great opportunity when there is a carryover.
Oh, absolutely, and generally one that I'd be getting involved in if not for all of the surface changes here, so hoping for that double carryover going into next Friday, as we don't have racing here next Thursday because of Memorial Day.
That's right, and we will be racing Monday, though, next Monday on Memorial Day, Big Apple Showcase Day. All of the New York Breds will be in the spotlight.
Yeah,
love those days.
Day. So cool.
We have 3 of those kind of big feature days, so to speak, for the New York Breds Big Apple Showcase Day. This week, Memorial Day, and then in the summer, used to be the day before the Travers, now to be the day after the Travers. Sunday after the Travers will be all those great New York Bred Stakes, and then, of course, a day in the fall as well. So love an opportunity, kind of like a Breeders' Cup almost for the New York Breds, every different division. Horses stepping out. That Pick 6 sequence will start here in the 4th race. Good and harrowed track. Again, reminder, if you're playing the sequence, we're off the turf. We'll meet the field, starting things off with the plain one, the number 1 Constitution Lawyer.
Yeah, getting back to this surface for the first time in quite some time, and seems to be at a level that he could be competitive with if this ends up being his preferred surface.
Getting back to the dirt on a surface that he does boast a win on. The other part of the entry is Oglethorpe.
The more lighter race part of the entry, and the one taking more money in this spot as well. Got the win last time over at Keeneland.
Here's the number 9, Looney Sema.
This is a horse that's been fairly consistent lately. Finished 3rd last time, a win, 2 back as well. Gets along well with Eric Kinsell.
Number 10, Complete Agenda, late closing type.
Yeah, and there could be some excuses for him 3 back, but I feel like there was just a lot of disappointment in his last 2 races, and this is one I liked, and now I'm kind of done with.
Second off the claim, here's Film Star.
And possibly could end up being the speed to the outside, too, now in with this race coming off the turf. Ran okay last time as a finishing second to Prince of Pharaohs, and had the win 2 back as well.
Yeah, last time it almost kind of looked like he was a little bit awkward out of the gate from the inside post and kind of forced to be in that stalking spot. But Jose Ortiz, who yesterday won 4 races on the card, will look to get another one with Film Star, and maybe he could be forwardly placed. There is the number 9, Looney Sema. We'll take a look at his last win, which is 2 starts back, sprinting over at Aqueduct. And I've always felt like a touch shorter is better for this horse. The kind of 7 furlongs, this was 6.5. Maybe a mile. I'm with Richie. I just don't know if further really is best for him.
No, I would agree with that in general. I mean, he's run fairly consistent numbers at all sorts of different distances, but does seem to really excel at these shorter sprint distances to get that kind of pace to close into that really seems to benefit him, and that's why a rider like Eric Kinsell benefits him so well, and they have a good relationship. And this is one that, even though he has those consistencies, I mean, this might just end up being a little bit further than he wants to go and not set up for him favorably in this shorter field too.
You might have seen him not switch leads. That's very typical of Looney Sema. He does that in most of his races, in fact. Well, we touched on some of the big stakes action we have to look forward to. We'll take a look at what is our stake schedule for next weekend. On Saturday, the Soaring Softly, and as mentioned, we will be running on Monday, Memorial Day, for Big Apple Showcase Day, and there's a look at the New York bred stakes that we'll have in the spotlight.
Yeah, and we have such a good state bred program here in New York. It's always great to see those horses faced off against each other, and a lot of them able to then take on open company too. So it'll be nice to see what kind of New York breds we have going forwards, heading into Saratoga too, and where those horses might go next. It's nice to see them be competitive in all sorts of places, but cool to see them match up against each other.
Yeah, Maple Leaf Mel, a great example of that. So excited for those Big Apple Showcase days, and we love those New York breds. There is a look at Constitution Lawyer, the entry. No longer the favoritism shifting over to Film Star. Let's check in again with Richie as horses finish up their warm-ups.
Yeah, Keisha, we're going to start with the 9, Looney Sema. Now, I still feel like this horse is probably better going shorter, but he's going to be my top selection. And here's why. I think he's been just a bit more consistent over a period of time. He's the only 4-time winner in the race. You know, he's still eligible for the condition because he won in races that don't count against him here. And I'm just hoping that he can get the mile and the 16th here. I do think he might be better, like 6.5 to maybe a mile even. A mile and a 16th could be stretching him, but he's going to be my top selection. I liked him in the paddock. His coat's great. I liked him in the warm-up, so I'm going to take my stab with him. The 11 Film Star was the horse I was debating, going back and forth about, but you know, he ran so well in Kentucky. Brad Cox training him there. And it feels like it's almost all or nothing at all with him. I mean, you know, that 93 buyer figure 2 back. And then last time, no excuses, really, just second best and kind of regressed a lot. Now, Linda Rice does great work, but, you know, sometimes Brad Cox maybe has a hole card for a particular horse. So until he runs that race for Linda Rice, I'm just going to look elsewhere, and too short a price on the entry. So the 9, Looney Sema, kind of tick the boxes. I feel like I'm getting an okay price at 7-2 for a horse that is definitely a major contender.
Richie, thank you. Looney Sema, 7-2 right now on the board. One of those main track only runners, Looney Sema with Eric Cancel. He has one that, again, he does tend to come from a little bit off of it, and we'll see if it's not too much distance for him. But he is a dirt horse. Entered main track only. Peter Walder, another trainer that is very sharp with entering horses main track only to take advantage of that. And this is a horse that, though Peter's stable more based down in Florida, he's really kept this horse up in New York, and he seemed to do quite well up here.
And this is a horse, too, that he's almost never the favorite. He is always generally a fair price, too, if you like him. And he's extremely consistent. I mean, the win 2 back, finishing 3rd last time at the mile. So you know that at least he can handle that much ground, getting a little bit extra today with the 16th as well. His only race going further than that was a mile and an 1/8 back on January 29th. And he didn't really make an impact there, but that was a tough field that he was facing. Total Impact and good skate in there.
Horses moving towards the starting gate for the 4th race. It will kick off today's pick 6. You can play along with everything on Naira Bets, the pool growing. And yes, we're off the turf. There's a really good race on the sequence coming up a little bit later on. I'm not sure if you looked at it. The 7th race at New York Bred Allowance for the fillies. There could be a pretty quick pace. You've got some that are maybe coming off some layoffs, some horses that are coming off some big wins, and you wonder how they're going to step up. It's a really interesting race in the sequence.
It is, and I mean, even a race where later on, if you're trying to beat a horse like Awesome Native, too, then that can really enhance the payouts of your tickets, too. So I think that you can find some places, even though we are off the turf today, and we do have some shorter fields in a couple races later on, including this one, to kick things off. If you choose your spots and correctly decide which favorites you're going to try to play against, you can find some decent prices for yourself along the way, and perhaps up your payout as well. As yesterday, the only horse that was going to cause a pick 6 carryover is, of course, the one that won, and that was a huge number for Mystical Curlin, who I couldn't make on paper.
He got a big big figure coming back from that too. We'll see what the future holds for Mystical Curlin if he can do it again. Even money now on Film Star, getting ready to kick off this pick 6 sequence. Film Star hopefully gets out of the gate a little bit better, and we'll see if he can run back to that big race, that big figure of 93 Beyer speed figure. 2 starts back when he was loose on the lead. Don't you kind of feel like Jose Ortiz should just put him on the front and let him roll in here?
I did, but I felt that way about Little Demon yesterday, and that didn't happen. I'm not bitter or anything.
Lessons learned, yeah.
No, that's exactly where I feel as though he should be, and that's where Timeform US projects him to be in this race now, to the outside as well. With no, Oglethorpe will be one to his outside, correct? And
that's right. Oglethorpe will break to the outside,
But
so with the scratches, Constitution Lawyer will be on the rail.
Right. Still getting more of an outside more post in here, and I just hope Jose goes with him. That would be his best chance to win. And with a figure like a 93 and the rest of his races not quite stacking up, do you want to kind of wait to see it again, or do you feel as though he just should have the right kind of pace dynamics in his favor here?
And the argument that Richie made, and we'll see if Film Star can run back to some of those big races and find the right spot today as they start to go into the gate. This off the turf 4th race, pick 6 carryover. That pick 6 sequence kicks off here. Best of luck if you're playing. We appreciate all of you participating, and we'll be cheering for you to bring it home. Pick 6 starts here in the 4th. John Imbriel has the call.
Waiting for Film Star and Oglethorpe. The 1A Oglethorpe will complete this 5-horse field, and we are ready for race 4. And they're off. Looney Sema. Oglethorpe now moves up along with Film Star. So it is Oglethorpe who has the lead. Film Star is racing in second. Looney Sema right alongside of Constitution Lawyer. And farther back in the field is Complete Agenda in 5th. Oglethorpe leads here by a length and a half, with Film Star racing in second. Constitution Lawyer is down at the rail and in 3rd. Then comes Looney Sema, and the trailer is a Complete Agenda. Quarter 1 in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Oglethorpe leads here 3/4 of a length. Film Star now getting closer on the outside. Film Star draws right alongside of Oglethorpe. The two of them are right together. Just in behind, Constitution Lawyer and Looney Sema. Complete Agenda has drawn within 6 lengths of the lead. The half in 47 and 3. And the field is racing midway on the turn. It is still Oglethorpe and Film Star. Nothing between them. Film Star on the outside, Oglethorpe down on the inside. Constitution Lawyer runs in 3rd. To his outside is Looney Sema, and Complete Agenda now 3.5 lengths from the front. As Film Star now takes over, Oglethorpe drops back. Constitution Lawyer picks up the chase on Film Star. Then Looney Sema, Complete Agenda looking for a way through. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 1. Constitution Lawyer and Film Star, and the two of them are heads apart with Complete Agenda down at the rail and in 3rd. They're moving for the 16th pole. Constitution Lawyer and Film Star, the both of them all out to the finish here, and they come for the wire, and it is Constitution Lawyer by a head. Film Star completes the exacta.
Constitution Lawyer was, it looks like the right move by Ray Handel to leave him in this dirt race, able to out-duel Film Stars. These two put on a show.
They did, and I wasn't even confident that Constitution Lawyer was going to get by until the very late stages of that race. And we didn't see Film Star on the lead as we thought he might be. Oglethorpe, the other part of the entry, actually taking that pace presence and maybe setting things up for his stablemate a little bit in here as well.
Yeah, Constitution Lawyer, maybe it's time for them to say he's a dirt horse. As he's now, both of his wins have come on the main track. And look, he's run some big races and run some nice figures on the turf as well. But he has the tendency to get a little headstrong. Constitution Lawyer, he's very relaxed today.
He was, and he was game too, trying to get by Film Star, who seemed to have a lot of horse left going into the stretch. And perhaps they'll keep him on this surface now as he ran well today.
1:11:10:9 in race 4 at Belmont Park. Constitution lawyer and Dylan Davis get the win. That son of Constitution. 7 to 5 will bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back over to Churchill Downs for the 5th race. Sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlongs. It's a $20,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. 2 scratches, I should say, of the 2 and 6. Here's a look at the field. And you have a couple horses at 5 to 2 right now in Infiltrator and Town Branch. Both of them trying to turn things around. But as far as Infiltrator does go, at least he's lightly raced. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with Switzer.
And this is one that gets a little bit more ground to work with off that 5.5 furlong race, and that might have been a little sharp for him. He's now second off the layoff as well.
Was sprinting on the turf for quite a few races prior to that. Comes in for Ron Moquette. A little bit of a drop in class as well. Here's the 3, Vale.
This one cuts back, and I think that will really suit him as far as distance goes. He's run some better races sprinting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He's a nice price at 6 to 1, too. Here's Infiltrator, last out maiden winner.
And that was a big number and a big step up for him from that 36 Beyer he earned on debut all the way to an 80 in the slot at Oaklawn.
And then avoided claim. So I don't know what you do with that horse. Here's Louis Sanimal.
Yeah, another one that is lightly raced, too, and switches over from the synthetic. Has run on dirt before.
The 6 is out. Next will be the 7, Baby Quinn.
And this one going out for Tom Amos, has some races that would make him a player here. He also has been off for quite some time. He's now second off a layoff.
And your favorite, Town Branch, to the outside.
And this is a horse that has been talked about as being the brother to Speaker's Corner. And as you can see, not all siblings made the same. He has some good races that would fit, but seems to want to fill out the minor placings more so than actually getting the win. And another voided claim last time as well.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill. Let's check in with Lo Duca.
Yeah, another tricky race here. And when you look so far at the racetrack, you know, it's kind of been the same as it was yesterday. It looks like the horses on the outside of the racetrack are getting a little bit better than the inside of the racetrack. We've seen the 7 in the last race. We saw the Steve Asmussen runner, the 5, come from off the pace as well. So I think the center of the racetrack might be the best part of the racetrack, especially with the 8 getting run down there. That horse has played big in the pick 5. If you're live in these pick 5s as we start a new one, good luck. And you know, I was originally liking Baby Quinn in here, the 7 for Tom Amos, a hot barn in here for Edgar Morales. You know, they took the blinkers off last time out at Keeneland for the 30,000 on 2. Now they're dropping for 20. I thought the horse ran well, and I think it's fast enough to clear this field at least. You know, the outside runner, Town Branch, I got to see him a lot at Belmont Park, and you know, the one race he won, he was favored. He got a clearer lead that day, and he went 47-1. I don't know if he'll have that luxury. I think Mitchell Merle will probably lay off the 7 in here, Baby Quinn, and that might be a good spot to be in the middle of the racetrack. You know, when I look at Infiltrator, like you guys said, that's the mystery horse in here, right? Runs that giant buyer, voids the claim, so they have to reset a little bit, but that giant number does stick out. The 3 Veil, I thought, is a horse that just keeps on losing ground. Maybe will come back a little better and drop. I like the 1 Switzer, and the reason why is Tyler Gaffalione is sharp enough to know that this racetrack is playing the way it is. Now, I get it. The 1 win is an off-the-turf event at Sam Houston. Not the best. I'm playing towards the racetrack that I'm thinking that Switzer, that this is going to be the horse that's going to be laying off the pace and can maybe get into that center of the racetrack and maybe grind away at the 7 in here, Baby Quinn or Town Branch. But I do think the 7's the horse to catch, and the 1's going to be the horse that's going to be closing late.
Paul, thank you. Switzer 7-2. I see the angle there with a horse that he was not too far behind Town Branch last time out. The horse that's currently your favorite, and you're getting a bit of a better price on Switzer. And I thought Paul's points about how the racetrack was playing were very important.
Absolutely. Always good to pay attention to what's going on with certain racetracks. I know Churchill Downs did not have quite as much rain as we did, but I know that that track has taken some moisture lately as well. So great that Paul is there and paying attention to how these races are playing early on today.
Into the gate for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Let's go up to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Baby Quinn and Town Branch. They're in the gate. And they're off. Town Branch breaks out well. Baby Quinn does too. Slow start for Switzer. Onto the main track, and Baby Quinn comes on to take the lead, and Town Branch moves with him. They go 1-2. Veil comes off the rail to track them from 3rd. Losing Animals out in 4th. Infiltrators 5th into the rail. The early trailer is Switzer, but only 4 lengths off the lead. Down the back stretch run. Baby Quinn and Town Branch head-to-head, joined outside by Veil. The 3 of them across as they hit the far turn, and Infiltrators right there in behind 4th after an opening quarter and a sharp 22 seconds flat. Losing Animal within range, just 3 lengths behind, while 5th, and so too Switzer 6th. So round the far turn, Baby Quinn, Town Branch, Veil traveling well, comes on 3 wide and takes over. Veil in front off the turn. Infiltrators now 2nd as Baby Quinn gives way with Town Branch. Switzer trying to close in with Losing Animal. 1 furlong to go. Veil shaken up on the lead. Infiltrator continues to rally, and now Infiltrator's in front. And Infiltrator is opening up to the wire, streaking to the finish to win it by 3 lengths in the end. Veil settles for 2nd, Switzer rallied for 3rd, and Baby Quinn checks in 4th.
Infiltrator off that huge maiden win down at Oaklawn last time out. He comes right back to the winner's circle. He looked a little tough to trust on paper, Sarah, but he was the best horse in here.
Yeah, ended up getting the win in here after the pace setters kind of fell apart in the later stages. Veil made that move like he was going to set sail to the wire, and then Infiltrator able to run him down, opening up late in the stretch here. And as you mentioned, a horse that was difficult to trust going into this race, but I guess backed up that big performance last time out.
Yeah, he did. Gabe Saez in the saddle. I don't know if it was quite an 80 Beyer speed figure again, but he got back to the winner's circle. Big effort for him for the 20,000. Now makes it 2 victories in a row. 4-3 in the 5th race at Churchill Downs. As time flies when you're having fun, and that means it's time for Sarah and I to say farewell.
It is. It's been a great time being on with you, and excited to get the rest of the day off to go watch some of the rest of this racing, see how the rest of that pick 6 sequence ends up going.
I know we've done Talking Horses together. I think this is our first America's Day at the Races together, right?
Yes.
So many more to come, I hope, but well done. Thanks so much for joining us, but stay with us on America's Day at the Races. There's plenty more to come. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling coming up on the desk to take things over as we'll get ready to kick off the late pick 5 from beautiful Belmont Park after this.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Our coverage of America's Day at the Races on FS2 continues. Good to be with you. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Belmont Park, Churchill Downs. We'll look back what happened in Baltimore yesterday and what lies ahead for the test of the champion in the Belmont Stakes in that third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Exciting weekend, and our best on this card, both these tracks yet to come.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of good stuff coming up, and obviously off the turf, the rain yesterday, but a lot to talk about from yesterday's races, and looks like great weather coming up for Memorial Day weekend as well, which will be a fun weekend of racing.
Yes, it is. Can't wait. Well, there will be no Triple Crown on the line. We know that in the Belmont Stakes. Mage found himself, I guess, somewhat tough position. Just a great ride here from John Velasquez, and early on, out of the gate, breaks sharp on National Treasure, and makes that decision to move everybody over and float off the fence and make their life very difficult.
And when the #4 horse, who has more speed naturally than the 1, decided to just sort of rate, he almost ended up riding shotgun. Because if you look at it here, he's pushing Blazing Sevens out. And Irad Ortiz had the right inclination, which is they're going to go with the 1. I've got to be closer with Blazing Sevens. I can't sit farther back. When he did that, he floated him out, and he made it so much harder for him to be aggressive. And National Treasure, to be honest with you, he kind of got handed the race.
Able to do it on the front end all the way. Did have to put in a dogfight, though, at the end. Blazing Sevens really gave him all he could handle. And right there, Irad Ortiz Jr. makes that move to try and go toe-to-toe with National Treasure, who re-breaks a little bit late stretch and ekes out this win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a terrific stretch battle from a viewer's stand, and obviously frustrating for Mage. And, I mean, Mage's excuse is that with no pace in the race, it was very hard to make up ground. But if he ran as spectacularly as he ran the Derby, obviously with a faster pace, he might have won the race. So I think it's fair to ask if, coming back in 2 weeks, he just didn't have quite as much as he had 2 weeks ago. But he also didn't have dynamics in his favor, and that should take nothing away from the winner or even the second horse.
John Velasquez, who's won just about every big race there is, first time he gets a Preakness, so completes that career sweep.
Oh, yeah, he had
of a
tough
Triple
loss
Crown.
for the Animal Kingdom when Shackelford beat him. Boy, if somebody had said to me that he's never won a Preakness, I guess Todd Pletcher hasn't had success in the race either, and he rides a lot for him. And it'll be interesting to see how things go going forward, because he's a potential starter, National Treasure, in the Belmont. And the talk after the workout this morning is that Forte looks like a go.
Looked very good apparently this morning.
That's big news.
Pletcher could have as many as 4 in the Belmont Stakes.
He certainly likes to run in the Belmont, and he's for good reason.
Back here to live action in Elmont, New York. Race 5, start of the late pick 5. And a 1-turn mile, $50,000 claiming race. There's Joel Rosario. He'll be on Lafitte's fleet. Favorite in here is Business Model. That's the 3. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Brendan Walsh. Been facing tougher company, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a drop down, but I'll tell you something. It's a needed drop down. I mean, this is a horse that he's a 5-year-old gelding. Where's he going, Greg? He's not winning a stake. He's not winning a non-winners of 3. They're running him where he belongs. I don't see this as a negative drop down. The only way you say it's negative is he's dropping down because his recent form is not good. But I don't think it's like a fire sale going on. This is the race he belongs in.
Yeah, but even though he's facing tougher, easier, dropping down, you don't see him as some massive standout.
No, I was surprised when he was made 6-5 in the morning line. Now, I'm going to take a look at the Will Pays, and maybe he really is a big favorite in here. And, yeah, I mean, you look at the double Will Pay, this horse could easily go off at 7-5 in here. So the morning line may be right. I think that's too short, and I think you do too.
I do. Here's 235, Dylan Davis coming off a win last start for a different barn.
The track dried out too quickly for these connections. Oscar Barrera off the claim, and Oscar's been doing well. I just think he's being tougher.
Yeah, that was on a sloppy sealed track. Here's Black Belt Trevor McCarthy for Peter Walder.
I'm going to try to wake this guy up. He's got those 2 big races, and then he ran well over his head. I am a little concerned about his form, but he's got races good enough, and he's a decent price.
First time at Belmont for the favorite. Here's Business Model with Irad Ortiz Jr.
And Brendan Walsh is a name. If you're not familiar with it, you should be familiar with it. A very good trainer, but I don't want him at a super short price dropping like this. I mean, I don't mind the drop. I just don't want a super short price.
Think about it. Been pretty popular in the claim box of late.
Yeah, I just feel like his better races are a cut below these, including the 7 Milton the Monster who beat him last time.
Lafitte's Fleet. You saw Rosario in the paddock on board this one for Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
Well, he's a lot more popular in the claim box than he is with me. He's been claimed 7 of his last 8 races.
Incredible.
I guess his best race is good enough. I preferred others.
It's a reclaim for Rudy Rodriguez. Back ring luck. Little sneaky?
I think he's very sneaky in here. He was in a super tough allowance race. I know you remember it last time at Oaklawn, and I think there's a lot of things to find interesting about this horse.
Yeah, that's a good group. Tonka Warrior, very tough
good price
allowance horse at Oaklawn, won that race. And then Milton the Monster outside, 3-1 Manny Franco. Rob Atras claims off of George Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, Rob's terrific off the claim, but he's claiming the horse from George Weaver, who's very good. And the question is a mile a little bit of a stretch for him?
No,
though he's obviously a contender in here, but I think it may be a little bit of a stretch.
We'll find out if he's up to the task. Now 9-5, that price getting even shorter on Business Model. With Arad Ortiz Jr., the barn that won the Kentucky Oaks this year.
Yeah, and Brendan's an interesting trainer. You know, like Maggie Wolfendale's husband, Tom Morley, he worked for Eddie Keneally. They were both assistants for him, and they've both been out and done well on their own. But Brendan's one of these guys that I think if you were to say there's going to be a new guy coming on the scene after Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox, other trainer, obviously, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, different people. I lost my train of thought. He's in that list of people right below them that could be the next big thing, kind of.
FS2 coverage, we're going to move to the Fox Sports app for now. You can also catch us on YouTube, New York Racing Association page. We'll be back on FS2 a little bit later on, but that's where you can catch us for now. Live coverage continuing from Belmont Park, Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon as we get set for the start of this late pick 5 $50,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile. Even with a horse we talked about off air a little while ago that seems like a pretty logical single in the sequence, I thought it was incredibly tough to put a ticket together.
Well, I agree. I think the next race is wide open. The off the turf 6th, still an 11-horse field. I think the 7th race, where I'm interested in the number 10, Fancy Feline, but I don't think she's a horse I'm going to lean on in a pick 4 or pick 5. The 8th, you and I agreed, the 7 Awesome Native is tough. I'm interested in the 1, She's a 9, the last race. Though I get where the name comes from with the pedigree, I'm a little taken back by the name.
Let's go to Richard Migliori. Mig, he's a 10.
Well, welcome to the set, guys, and we'll start down on the inside with the 1, 235. Just got a note, and I agree with Andy. He's moving up in company, and this is tougher. And he seems to really like wet surfaces. But, gosh, he's so dappled out, and he looks so good from a physical perspective. He's outfitted with a Houghton bit, gives the rider a bit more control, think power steering, if you will. And this horse does have some very, very good races at Belmont Park. And I think there's something to that. I think certain horses excel or do better at certain racetracks. But, this is quite a bit tougher. Claimed for 25, in for 50 today. But from a physical perspective, making a nice impression. The standout physically is the 5, Lafitte's Fleet, who ultimately will be my top selection at a big price. I think Joel Rosario is the perfect rider for this horse. This is a horse that wants to get to the outside and come with a run. He's been claimed 8 times out of his last 12 starts. He's doing his 2nd tour of duty in the Rudy Rodriguez barn. And I like what I've seen in the warm-up, and I think Rosario's going to get him where he's comfortable, he's happy, he's a big, long horse. And horses like that need that get into that continuity, that kind of rhythm, that stride that Joel is so good at getting horses balanced and into that rhythm. And then the outside horse, Milton the Monster. I agree with Andy about the mile. I just wonder if that's not stretching him. Although if you look at the 2 races he ran going a mile, one was against Green Light Go. Was beaten 4 lengths there. Green Light Go, much better than the horses that he's facing here. And then a mile at Parks where he just didn't show up at all. So I don't know if that's any kind of a barometer of his true ability. I always felt he was more of a kind of a one-run sprinter type, but he made a nice impression on the racetrack, guys.
Mig, thanks. That pick 5 pool you see there, 217,000 and growing. And Milton the Monster's price, the 7, who's on our screen, continuing to tick down. Let's take a look back to April 27th, his last outing, going 7/8 of a mile.
I thought he ran fine in this race. I mean, I don't really think there's a lot to say. I think one of the things about it to like is he has been a horse that sometimes you get the feeling he's a better wet track horse.
5 of his 6 wins on wet tracks.
Right, so it's understandable, and yet he improved off of wet track forms to run well in dry track, which will serve him well in here. I just worry a little bit that the mile distance is asking him to go a little bit farther than his very best race. And in a wide open race, I don't find him a good gamble at 5-2, but like a number of horses near, I picked the race 2, 3, 6, 7. None of them are going to shock me if they win, but I'm going to bet the 2 because he's up there with the best prices of them.
Are you surprised? 235 at 12-1, is that a little big?
Well, what was his morning line? 6 to 1. Okay, so it's a lot more than the morning line maker thought he'd be. You are more optimistic than me. Do people think he's more of a wet track horse as well?
Maybe that's it. I mean, he's won 9 of his 13 wins have come on dry tracks, but
yeah, I mean, the horse he beat last time, Healing, was horrendous yesterday at 3-5, but I don't believe that's really, I think it's an apples and oranges argument. I'm going to hope the 2 can find that form that ran those big races 4 and 5 back and then was over his head in some tough stake races. His last bothers me, but that was really a sloppy sealed track, and I think it's possible he didn't like the distance, the surface. So I'm going to hope that Black Belt can be effective here. 4-1, I was hoping to get closer to his 8-1 morning line, obviously.
Here we go. Pick 5 begins in this one. Now down to 11-1. Still pretty big price on a horse with some ability. We'll see if this 9-year-old has more left to give in the tank. 13-time winner overall. Dylan Davis rides. There's the 3, the favorite, 8-5 on Business Model with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Let's set it upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in this late pick 5 on the Sunday card.
Waiting now for Lafitte's Fleet. Backring Luck. And Milton the Monster. Backring Luck moving in. Milton the Monster will complete this 7-horse field in race 5. They're going a mile. We are ready. And they're off. Backring Luck now moving up is Think About It in the pink blinkers. Lafitte's Fleet is right there as they race up the back stretch. Backring Luck pokes ahead in front. Think About It. And Lafitte's Fleet right there towards the inside is Black Belt racing in 4th. Milton the Monster far outside in 5th. 235 is in 6th. And the early trailer is Business Model. The 3-2 favorite is 7th. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Long shot. Think About It leads here by a half length. Backring Luck on the outside, second by a head with Lafitte's Fleet in between horses. Now it's 3 of them stacked across the track for the lead. Think About It down at the rail. Lafitte's Fleet in between horses. Backring Luck on the outside. Milton the Monster is just off those front 3 and 4th. 235 is down at the rail. Then Black Belt and Business Model. Backring Luck has taken a narrow lead through a half mile in 47 1/5 seconds. It is Milton the Monster moving up along with Business Model, who will be widest of all as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Backring Luck challenged here by Milton the Monster and Business Model. Towards the rail is Lafitte's Fleet and Think About It. It is still Backring Luck with the lead. Business Model is all out trying to get to Backring Luck. Backring Luck on the outside. Business Model driving. Business Model and Backring Luck. And the 2 of them will fight it out to the finish. And it is a head bob. Too tight to call. Backring Luck or Business Model. A photo finish in race 5.
Business Model the favorite. Backring Luck the 6. Head bobber to the wire. I'm not sure who got it.
Yeah, it's a tough beat if you had the 6 and he lost this head bob, because at least to us, we would favor the number 3, but it's very close. And Backring Luck was very, very game, holding as long as he did. Here's the slow-mo coming up. It's going to be a head bob. It'll come eventually.
Wait for it. Here they come. Yeah, first look. Yeah, that last jump.
Think
the
he got
3.
Him. I would say it's a dead heat where the 3 got him, but when it's that close, I almost wonder where exactly it is. You know what I mean? It's very close. Oh, if you bet the 6, that's a horrible.
5-1 on the 6. 3-2 favorite. The 3. Look, for a moment like he just was going to hang and not get there, and yet 3 put up.
Yeah, tough beat if you had him.
3-6, 7-5. Irad beats his brother Jose in that final jump.
Irad going to say to Jose, you won 4 races when I was away. I'm back now. A little hard time after that.
I'd like to hear that conversation on the way back to the Jockey room between these two. Irad Ortiz Jr. just nips his brother here.
And I tell you something, the 6 was determined. I mean, it's not, the 3 had literally an 1/8 of a mile to get to him and looked like he might sort of motor on by. You bet the 6. That is a terrible beat.
Well, Rad's all smiles. 3-2 favorite kicks off this late pick 5. And a tight one here at Belmont Park. 4th win of this 5-year-old's career. Brendan Walsh, Qatar Racing. And Irad, who came back early yesterday from the Preakness to work Forte.
Well, he had to get back here eventually, didn't he?
Did, but that's an early start.
Yeah, it's not that far away.
What time did you get up this morning?
I tell you what, I bet I went to bed a lot later than Irad did.
Okay, that's
No
true.
one's discussing whether or not Irad works harder than I do. I wasn't making that claim.
Welcome back to those on FS2. We had to leave you momentarily, but good to have you back here with the Sunday card from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. We have Lo Duca live in Louisville. We just saw a thriller here in the 5th at Belmont to start off the late pick 5. $50,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile, and it's the outside horse to 3 in the final jump. The favorite, Irad Ortiz Jr., getting by his brother Jose on backring lock.
I was going to say it's a thrilling late race unless you bet the 6.
Yes, exactly.
It was thrilling until you saw the results of the photo. I always feel bad, even if I'm not involved, when a favorite, and the winner was 3-2, nails a bigger priced horse, and the 6 was 5-1. I can always just feel bad for the bettors if they had the 5.
I'm with you. Back to Churchill Downs. 6th race coming up, and coming out for a post parade. I like this card today at Churchill. Mile on the turf in this one coming up. Starts a pick 4, allowance optional claiming field. Candy Light, Tyler Gaffalione.
Gets back to the turf after running on the synthetic last time. It finished second in a stake in the last race. I thought she was okay. I thought she was good enough, but 2-1, 5-2 seems like a little short to me.
Intrigue, Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales.
A horse that could be forward getting back to the turf, but it's going to have to improve a lot in the turf races. Have to hope she's improved the horse.
I thought this one was way the horse to beat. Henrietta Topham.
Well, I mean, the question to ask yourself is what happened to her last time when she really didn't show up, albeit against better horses. Her prior races absolutely make her the horse to beat. It's not even close.
8-1, Wave of Goodness.
I think this horse can be forward, and I'll tell you something. I think she's very usable at 8-1 in this race. She's run fast enough, hasn't she? Beat Lake Lucerne last time, speaking of Brendan Walsh.
That was the Fairgrounds back in January. Here's the 5, Arm Candy.
She's been a big price in her recent races and finished behind another runner who's favored in this race, but she didn't run that badly for a 10-1 shot.
Hunch play with Madonna on tour.
I know a guy who's going to Madonna.
Is he sitting next to you?
I wasn't going to say. I didn't want to divulge that. I sat next to Madonna at dinner one night.
Did you?
2 hours and never noticed it.
Of course you didn't.
It's 100%
Classic
true.
Andy Serling. Palo Lobo on board, trainer, I should say, for Justify My Love, who's a 4-time winner on the lawn. Here's Valentina Day.
Finished right behind Arm Candy, went 5th in her last race. Would need to improve, but could improve.
And then Fast as Flight, the current favorite, Brian Lynch with Luis Saez.
I did think she was the worst to beat, but one thing I'll say about her last race, that was a race where the speed held together. So it might be a race that looks a little bit better than it is, and both the 2 and 4 have speed, so Luis is going to have to get the right trip with this horse. I think she's the one to beat, but I agree with you that the 3 might be a better bet at a bigger price if she reigns one.
Paulie, mile on the turf coming up. How do you see it?
Well, I think this is a really difficult race. I thought it was between 3 fillies in here, to be honest with you. I thought the 1, the 3, or the 8. Now, the 1, Candy Light, gets the inside draw in here. It hasn't been seen since December of 2020. 22, but Grand Motion is really good off these type of layoffs. And, you know, this horse is drawn some difficult spots at Colonial Downs, the 10-hole, and some other spots, and has been able to run very well in most of his turf starts last time on the synthetic. So a horse that is, you know, 8 for 11 in the trifecta, I think you need to use at 3-1. The 8 in here, at 2-1, yeah, I get it. You know, you're getting Luis Saez aboard, and a horse that was dynamite last time out with Irad Ortiz aboard. You know, 3 starts back, you know, was able to rate and won at Gulfstream Park. Is kind of, you know, a horse that's been right there. I mean, the form is tremendous on the 8, so I can understand why the public does like the 8. And Greg, I'm with you on the 3 in here. Henry at Topham. You know, when there's nothing against Gage Holmes, she was an apprentice and she won on this horse a couple times in the ladies' turf at Kentucky Downs. She lost to Delika that day, who took that field gate to wire. She's got some back class that can win this race. In her last race, I thought she ran even around the racetrack. Bubba Rock, who was second, came back to win. I think she's got a big shot in here, the 3. So, you know, I only went 3 deep in here to start off the late pick 4. It's going to be very interesting what happens a little bit later in the card in race number 7. It's a nice little race. A little birdie told me that the 4, the Brian Lynch horse, has been working well. And then race number 8, Greg, we're all looking for Saudi Crown, a horse that was dominant first time out with a 97 buyer for Brad Cox, and Sweet Cherry Pie in there, the 7 and the 8. So if you're looking for the pick 4s, I'm sure those are the 2 horses that somebody's going to key on, along with maybe some of the fillies in here.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the buzz horses I think everyone's looking forward to seeing later today. Saudi Crown for Brad Cox, 97 buyer in that debut.
And Sweet Cherry Pie with a 95.
Yeah, and don't throw out Page 1 from the rail.
No, I don't disagree. That horse ran well last time. These horses, particularly those Saudi Crown and Sweet Cherry Pie, these are the kind of horses that potentially, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if one of those 2 wins and wins aggressively. We see one of them in the Woody Stevens here on Belmont State.
Yeah.
Well, I guess 3 weeks away, but maybe Amsterdam, Alan Jerkins type horses. They're very good. And you're right, the 1 ran fast last time.
So that's still to come. We're looking forward to that. Maybe new star in the 3-year-old division emerging. Favorite here, Fastest Flight. The 8, Saez for Brian Lynch, and we'll take a look back. April 21st, most recent race. Tried to do a gate to wire with Irad Ortiz Jr. and just came up short.
Yeah, but listen, the horse has other races to back it up. So it's not as though, I mean, the time before, she was in the race against Faith and Humanity, which had a very slow pace. Faith and Humanity is very good. White Frost, who finished second, is also extremely talented. That's Chad Brown and Bill Mott. The time before that, she was able to rate, which she'll probably have to do here. But I thought she had a pretty good trip last time, and I still think she kind of should have won. The win of the race was a Euro, a decent-looking Euro. The pace held together. I think all of us agree, though, Paul, you, and I, that Henrietta Topham, the 3, it might be the horse to beat.
Yeah, and that price continuing to tick down 5-2 on Henrietta Topham. Jimmy Graham will be aboard. So let's take a look at Candy Light. Grand Motion, Tyler Gaffleone, 4-year-old debut coming up for this filly. And this was at Keeneland back on October 13th in a win, going a mile on a good turf course that day. From way out of it.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, it's, you know, to me, is that her coming up the rail? It's on the fence. No, I'm not sure. I can't.
Yeah, on the rail.
Yes, I'm sorry. Impressive effort. Nothing to knock about it.
Comes from extremely far back. At least is going to be able to save ground immediately from the rail.
I worry that she's going to be behind. That's Candy Light. She's going to be behind the 3. And I think the 3 is a better horse than her. So one of the horses she has to beat, the 8, is a forward horse that may or may probably won't have the lead, but will probably be sitting 3rd at worst. And then the kind of closer she has to worry about, Henrietta Topham, who's better than her, at least on her races, is going to be in front of her. So she's going to beat her 2 chief rivals while spotting them a tactical advantage. That, to me, is not a horse I would take at a short price. Of the 3 taking money, I would prefer the 3 and the 8. But, I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything special for people giving them the 2 favorites. Is the 4 a little bit of an overlay in here? At 10-1.
Yeah, you like this horse a little bit.
I thought her recent races were good. The horse Lake Lucerne she beat is a Brendan Walsh horse. I think it's like a Dolphin horse that at time has run pretty well. I don't know. I thought her last couple races were okay. They weren't. I mean, she had good trips in them, but why can't she get a good trip in here? Can't she? I mean, theoretically, if they want to be aggressive, she could be in front, depending how Corrales rides the 2.
I thought, one maybe potentially could move forward getting back on turf was Intrigue for Maker. I know those last 2, on synthetic, but looks like she could move forward, pairing up those last couple of starts. That she has one on turf, and it was a slower figure, but maybe just getting better.
Well, the argument for her is that she's improving as a horse, so she's a better horse than she was when she ran the turf prior. And I'm not going to say it's impossible, and she's 11-1, so I'm not going to knock big price horses, and I think that's a reasonable argument. It's Mike Maker. I mean, her turf races aren't good enough, not even remotely good enough, but maybe she's just, maybe she is the prerequisite 5 to 6 lengths better now as a racehorse.
Yeah, this came early in her career, second, third starts of her career. This will be start number 9, and she looks like she certainly has gotten a lot better since that time.
Stretching out on going turf, synthetic to turf, stretching out Mike Maker has weak numbers for what it's worth.
6th is the start of the pick 4. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a pretty even start. Wave of Goodness from between bounces out near the top. Fastest Flight is there. Intrigue down toward the rail, and Valentina Day comes up on through with Justify My Love. First turn and Wave of Goodness steps out to lead. Opens up to lead by a length and a half as Fastest Flight tracks from second. Down inside is Intrigue racing third. Justify My Love in between while fourth. Valentina Day on the far outside fifth early. Arm Candy settles in at mid-pack just ahead of Henrietta Topham. The trailer is Candy Light to the backstretch run. So down the backstretch they go. Wave of Goodness is the leader, prompted by Fastest Flight, who's content to track so far. They continue on together, heading to the half-mile pole. And that opening half goes in 48-3. So they hit the far turn, and it's Wave of Goodness, short lead. Fastest Flight, second. Intrigue covered up inside third. Right there to Justify My Love and Valentina Day. Arm Candy still buried at the inside. Henrietta Topham moves up at the outside of that one, and Candy Light still trails. They move forward the top of the stretch. Fastest Flight comes on to challenge Wave of Goodness for the lead. They head for home together. Justify My Love switched out. So to Valentina Day. Henrietta Topham is there. Intrigue in behind with Arm Candy. Candy Light's coming down the center. 1 furlong remaining. Fastest Flight. They're gaining up now. Here comes Henrietta Topham. Here comes Justify My Love. Here comes Arm Candy and Candy Light. Driving finish that Henrietta Topham won. Up in time and right on the wire. Fastest Flight in the photo for second with Arm Candy and Justify My Love.
She was the best coming into the race, and she gets the win coming out of the race. Henrietta Topham, Jimmy Graham for Jeff Mulcahy.
Yeah, I think we all agreed here she should have been favored in this race. And got a nice ride, saving ground and angling out the stretch. Sat in the 2-path, got reasonable position. I don't think they were going that fast up front, but the 4 I thought was a live long shot. Was in fact not. But the 8, no excuse for the 8 who finished second. Fastest Flight. She was able to stalk a moderate pace and just wasn't able to hold a horse that was a little better today.
It was off. Wow, 7-2.
This horse went 7-2?
7-2. Major overlay on the best in the race. Just gets up in time for the win. Start off the pick 4. Well, the prices for you when we come back. It's Henrietta Topham in the 6th from Churchill.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to be with you. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com at any track, anywhere, anytime. Match 200, that code to use at sign up for new members. 5th at Belmont. Look back. Look away if you had the 6. Business model, Arad Ortiz Jr. running down his brother Jose here.
Yeah, it's a tough beat if you had the 6 here with business model. And Brendan Walsh, don't know if this horse was claimed. I'd be interested to see if somebody paid $50,000 for this one. Don't know, but tough beat for the second horse in there, back ring out. The business model gets it done. I see connections.
It looked at this point, too, the 3 was just going to hang, didn't it, a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, at first you thought he'd have a burst and he'd catch him, but then he just started hanging. I agree with you. He got his nose down just the right. Oh, I watched that, and it just makes me want to throw up for somebody who bet the 6, 5-1.
So a favorite starts off the late pick 5. I told you about my theory the other day.
Which is, remind me.
Just bet the favorite the first leg of the late pick 5. It is uncanny how much the favorite wins the first leg here in the Naira circuit.
Okay.
I'm going to start keeping track.
You do that. You let me know how that works out. You're 1-0. Well, you're ahead of the game already.
Henrietta Topham, 6th at Churchill. Somehow you get 7-2 on
horse so
the one
obvious.
Who should have been favorite.
Horse so obvious, the 3 of us liked it. I'm stunned that this horse paid this price.
Second to the outside.
To be fair, it was a 4-horse photo, but still is generous.
Got it done.
Yeah.
4th win of her career, now 4 for 9 on the turf. Lemon Drop Kid, 5-year-old mare. Never in doubt. $9.22 for the win. Fastest Flight, Justify My Love, 2nd and 3rd.
How about the exacted $34 with the 2 horses that should have been first and second choice?
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
How do we ever lose at this game, Greg? What's going on here? What are we doing wrong?
That
we
is
win every
healthy.
day. Why are we not rich?
Healthy return.
Watching the show on TV somewhere with other imposters up here.
All right, we'll get into the 7th from Churchill when we get back. We have more coming up as well. From Belmont Park, race that was meant for the grass coming off. Flavian Pratt, how about 5 stakes wins on Friday and Saturday? Productive trip to Baltimore. We're going to see him coming up on Hatch, main track only entrance when we return.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. We're getting set for the Lake Pick 4 coming up at Belmont. Off the turf all day today. With those rains we had yesterday, 7 furlongs. Main track now. We start with the 3 Mach 1. Who gets the rail?
I'm sorry. Mach 1 is actually Mach 1 has races going back that are fast enough to be competitive, and I like less distance.
Shouldn't be 33 to 1. Here's King James at 7 to 2.
Also, another horse that has some decent dirt races and turf races as well, but I'm not paying this horse 7 to 2.
Look good on the track. Here's Bobby the Tank, 3 to 1.
I think he's a little interesting, but I think 3 to 1 is a massive underlay on a horse that only the last race makes him competitive.
Nolo Contesto, David Jacobson just got nailed in that photo in the last race.
He's my top pick. I have no idea why he's 10 to 1. Maybe that's why.
Winning Connection, Dylan Davis, 23 to 1.
Yeah, he just doesn't look competitive on paper, unfortunately.
Starry Night has Junior Alvarado.
This is my long shot play in here. I'll make a little case for him afterward.
Okay. Don't Let Me Down, Joel Rosario for Chris Englehart.
I mean, Chris Englehart's been on fire, but his dirt races are just terrible.
Mike Maker and Arad Ortiz Jr. with Be the Boss.
He's arguably the horse to beat running first time for Mike Maker. I think they're intangibles, but I think he's one to beat.
Never been on dirt more than work.
Yeah, you know what? I thought this would be a good horse to bet against, but they're not betting him at 7 to 1, so it doesn't matter.
I thought this horse was a player. 24 to 1 on Lord Gatling.
He's got one race going back that makes him a major player. I just don't find the consistency for him. And with those connections, you're going to get a big price.
And Hatch is 10 to 1. Flavian Pratt outside.
It's unusual. The only MTO would be 10 to 1 in a race, but his race form is a little slow, but he's not impossible. Want to hear my case of the 9?
I do.
Okay, I think there's a very good chance with the 9 that they're looking for a race off the layoff, and they're just staying in to give him a race. But his last dirt race, he ran behind a horse named Core Conviction, who he chased, who at that time was an extremely promising and fast Chad Brown horse. And he went on to be very impressive in a subsequent win. And even Waxman finished second, came back to win. And his figure of 65, Beyer figure, is good enough to give him a chance. And his Time Form US figure is better because he chased the pace. So actually, I thought that race made him competitive here. So I'm going to lose a few dollars on him at 23 to 1.
2 Bullet works as well. 2 different tracks coming in for the return for this horse. He's 23 to 1 on the board, talking about the 9. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
We'll continue with the 9. The gate feature I did last summer in Saratoga, Starry Night, was the horse that I was on in the starting gate. So if he tolerated me sitting on his back going in the starting gate, I'll give him a chance too, Andy. You know, the last racehorse I sat on and the first racehorse I sat on in 13 years. That being said, the 4-horse King James is absolutely far and away the best turned out horse from a physical perspective. Completely dappled out, could not make a nicer impression from a physical perspective. He has speed, he should be forward. I think he's very interesting, and he will be my top selection. Bobby the Tank also made a nice impression. You get Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice. You know, this is a horse that showed good speed last time going 7/8. I think he's a major player here as well. He's 3 to 1 at the moment. And we talked about Starry Night. And then the 11, Be the Boss, coming off a bit of a layoff, making his first start, excuse me, for Mike Maker. And I thought he looked really good. Usually Mike Maker's horses carry a little extra weight, and sometimes I have a little hard time discerning whether they're 100% fit or not, but he looked very fit to me, and I think he's certainly a horse that can have a say here.
All right, Mig, thanks. Minute to post coming up. That is your favorite right there. Be the Boss. Arad Ortiz Jr., Mike Maker, and the 4-year-old return moving to the Maker barn.
Well, he has that race 2 back with the 88 Beyer, which would drown this field. But I don't trust that number. It's not a number the Time Form US agreed with, and Print Rack, the horse who won the race, I don't think the number's that wrong. They finished 9 lengths ahead of the 3rd horse. But Print Rack's never run a race like that again, so I don't think it's a used race to predict for the future. He also hasn't been out for 6 months. Mike Maker's numbers off these layoffs and trainer switches are not particularly great. But if he can run anywhere close to that kind of number, he's going to smash this field. So I totally get why he's favored. I just think he's a little unreliable. I think I picked the race 6-9, 11-5.
So 6 to 1, your top pick, Nolo Contesto, David Jacobson. I found it incredibly difficult to have confidence in, even if you took half the field in this group. There's just not form, is there?
No, there's not a lot of reliable form. And keep in mind, these horses were all entered to run on the turf except for the 15, who we're leaving out, or I'm leaving out. And King James, now he is one that can run well on both surfaces, probably better on the turf. Bobby the Tank is a more reliable dirt horse. He's never been on the turf before. Linda Rice was going to, he's been on, I'm sorry, earlier in his career, and he ran, well, against some tougher horses. I thought Nolo Contesto was against better horses last time. The bulk of the running was done outside. He tried to move towards the inside 2 times in a row. And frankly, I think if you look through who he was running against, look at his races, isn't he taking a real drop in this race? Nolo Contesto, he's a true dirt horse. And I think at 6-1, he's very playable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see, that is
13.
Okay.
I think that's the 13. Hang on.
Lord Gatling.
Yeah, that's
then.
Lord Gatling. They heard you. We're kind of interested in him, and usually it's my horse that scratched, but you scratched this one, Greg.
He had
Thanks
a couple
lot.
of races that would have won in
I
this
agree.
field, but unfortunately, we won't see him today. Back to the barn. Always err on the side of caution. So we'll see Lord Gatling another day.
If you bet horses and they're scratched going to the gate, it's definitely frustrating. You think, I wanted to bet this one. Believe me, for every reason, you're very glad this horse scratched. Because there's something wrong, something could go bad, you don't want him to run, and believe me, you are going to lose your money. So it is a very positive result in all ways to have the horses scratched, and we appreciate the vets and the jockeys as well that do that.
All right, well, let's go back to the favorite. With that, Be the Boss clicks down to 5-2 for his 4-year-old return. Let's look back to September 24th, 2 starts back, and this is where he got that 88 Beyer speed figure, just missed against Print Track.
And these races are faster than the majority. That race and his race before it. Now, things didn't go well the next time, and he's been laid off now for 6 months. And he switches trainers to Mike Maker. As well as Mike Maker does, his trainers switch off 4 to 8 month layoffs. He's 3 for 42, 7% with an 84% ROI. So this is not a move that overall has done well. And
long on the turf, I'd love him.
A mile and a half. You think he's going to be a sword dancer for him? The therapist going at a mile and a half, anything's possible. Different therapist ran yesterday, right? That was therapist's brother that ran yesterday, the old therapist.
Repeat that Pan American performance.
Yeah, just not. He's an unreliable horse, this horse, and I won't be shocked when he wins. And I used him protectively with the 6 and 9 and some exactas, but I prefer others at better prices.
We talked about Bobby the Tank, certainly a player, but 7-2 seems a little short on him.
I agree. I don't know why he should be shorter than the number 6 horse in this race. I think at a bigger price, he's playable, but I don't think he's playable at a shorter price.
I agree with Mig, too. The 4 made a great appearance on the track. Here we go. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the start of the pick 4 from Belmont.
And Hatch. Hatch will complete this field of 10 in this off-the-turf 6th race. The distance is 7 furlongs. The main track is fast. And Hatch is in. They're all in line. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning with Be the Boss right there. Now moving up is Nolo Contesto along with Bobby the Tank. Bobby the Tank, Nolo Contesto. Starry Night has gained ground into 3rd. Down on the inside is King James in 4th. Alongside is Be the Boss next in 5th. Far outside is the gray Hatch in 6th. More Than Work is next in 7th. Then Don't Let Me Down in 8th. Followed by Mach 1 in 9th. And Winning Connection is the trailer in 10th. The quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Nolo Contesto and Starry Night. The 2 of them are right together. Be the Boss sits off of them in 3rd on the far outside as King James now moves on through to grab 4th. And then it is Hatch. And in between horses there is More Than Work. Farther back, Don't Let Me Down as the field comes for the top of the stretch. Be the Boss has the lead here. It's Be the Boss in front. Nolo Contesto running in second with King James next in third. Then More Than Work and Hatch. It is Be the Boss who has the lead here as they move for the 16th pole, and Be the Boss has built a 4-length lead. And then it is a King James on the far outside, Winning Connection coming on from last, but will not threaten. Be the Boss, the New York bred, to win it. Photo for second between Winning Connection and King James.
Be the Boss, Arad Ortiz Jr., Mike Maker wins his 4-year-old return to the races.
And another favorite gets it done on a day where we've seen quite a few short prices on the card. This one was ready to run off the layoff, and he pretty much showed you right away. The 6 Nolo Conteste went the lead, did his best, it just wasn't quite good enough. If you somehow found a way to come up with Winning Connections, congratulations. You got that horse home for second and used him in the 8 with a 11. I think he got second, I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, he did.
He did, yeah.
Wow, he's a tough one to come up with. He was the second biggest price on the board, 35 to 1. Watch out for Starry Night of the Turf.
Race that we thought was so wide open, and it's the favorite who gets it done.
Just, I mean, listen, we understood why this horse was favored. Just felt like a horse that was decent to bet against. Turned out it didn't work.
11, 8, 4, 6. Even with the favorite, too, if you did happen to use that 8 underneath, that is some nice value. That would be a nice exacta. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Be the Boss starts off the late pick 4 from Belmont.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Cold Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful shot there of those iconic twin spires at Churchill Downs as we get set for race 7 coming up. And this is a maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs. And, you know, we talked about a potential star we're going to see later in the card, Saudi Crown. Well, the 2 and 5 both ran against that horse. Wild Thinker was second to him. Here's Smoke Wagon, first-time starter.
Tough race for a first-time starter. Taking a little money, a first foal from this dam. Gun runner.
Yep. Wild Thinker, so second, a distant second to the incredibly impressive Saudi Crown in his debut.
A generous price considering he was second in that race, and maybe they'll give us a hint of how the Saudi Crown will run later.
Saez aboard. 3-1 right now. Top Secret 7-1. Steve Asmussen taking over. This 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo, start number 2.
Yeah, it's a trainer switch, so if you want one, you've got one. Didn't do any running, though, first time out.
Brian Lynch with a horse who debuted on turf, has a bullet dirt drill coming into this.
Turf first dam, some dirt in the second dam. I'm guessing this is when Paulie said he heard was working well.
Yeah, 4-1 right now. Look out. Brighter days ahead. This horse was in that Saudi Crown race as well, and he was the one setting the pace. He is quick. Blinkers come off today.
And that's why he's favored, because he did more of the dirty work.
Tyler Gaffalione there for Joe Sharp. Here's the 6, Ludwig. Phil Bauer trains, Rigney Racing.
I thought he was very interesting second time off a layoff after dueling for the lead last time out.
24-1. Is the 7 out there? There he is. Unwrapped, first-time starter up by Uncle Mo for Jonathan Wong.
Gets unwrapped today, and he's a huge price, just like the first or next door to him.
Yeah, an even bigger price next door. Holy moly, Abraham.
A tough race for a first-time starter, because there are some horses that have run well.
Yeah, this looks like there's potentially some real talent in this race. This 9 has some numbers that put him in the mix. He's 30-1 right now.
I'm not booking 30-1 shots, but I'll probably need smelling salts if he wins.
At least underneath. Blinkers on, huge price.
I don't want to stop you from betting him. I want to stop anyone from betting him.
I like the 5 quite a bit, but this is ridiculous that this horse is 30-1. Bolt Action, Al Stahl, first-time starter by Bolt Doro.
I guess 11-1 in this race is probably taking a little money considering the competition for a firster. Al Stahl can be dangerous. Dam's produced some runners.
And also eligible that draws into the race. First-time starter outside 41, Son of a Gray. Been working at most recently at Ellis.
So I'm guessing there's a Gray somewhere in there. When you look at the dam's name, it looks like Jennifer Aniston first. It's Jennifer Ashton. I don't know her.
Paulie, 7th here at Churchill. This maiden special weight. What do you have for us?
From Madonna to Jennifer Aniston. It only gets better on America's Day at the races. It's a tough race. You know, I think you're going to see something special out here, or at least a couple good runners. You know, when I look at this race, the 2 Wild Thinker, you're right. We'll see what happens here, and we'll see what Saudi Crown does in the next race, which is, you know, he's 8-5 on the morning line. The doubles are getting smashed to Saudi Crown. So you do have the 2 and the 5 that come out of that race. You know, the 5 went to the front end and just got swamped. And Saudi Crown just went right by him. I think it broke his heart a little bit. You know, these Gervins, obviously Joe Sharp trained Gervin, and, you know, he's been taking the blinkers off, and this is actually a good move for him, about 25%. I do think Wild Thinker, though, is the horse to beat, although you can say favorable draws. You don't really want to draw the complete outside in your first career start, but that horse came back to win that beat him the first time, and then he got the 9-hole in the last time. So now he moves down to the inside, where I do think the outside of the racetrack. And yeah, Cuero Sacro, which means Sacred Heart in Italian. Actually, this was horse, I don't know if it's named, but this was a 2005 Italian film that won a ton of awards in Italy. And this horse supposedly been working gangbusters in the morning for Jimmy Graham. Now, and Brian Lynch. Brian Lynch, he usually goes to Saez in, you know, Le Peru every once in a while. But he'll go to Jimmy Graham here and they're a pretty good combination together. They're 17%. I'd heard this horse been working great guns in the morning, but you heard some other ones in here too. And I'll tell you what, Al Stahl unwrapped. If I'm looking at some first-time starters in here, Smoke Mag in the 1. You guys mentioned a gun runner they paid $425,000. And Al Stahl, the 10 in here, he rolled out a first-time starter a couple weeks ago that came rolling home at a nice price. So those would be my first. You know, the 2 first-time starters, I like the 1 and 10, but I thought the race was between the 2, the 4, and the 5, and I'll side towards the 5. Well, usually when Lynch's horses get bet, they run.
All right, Paulie, thanks. See how it plays out. 2-1 favorite, brighter days ahead. But, yeah, definitely some interesting first-timers, and, of course, that turf horse who showed speed on the turf. Looks like he has dirt speed as well.
Couldn't the 4 get in the way of the 5? If the 4 is actually live, couldn't this horse be a theoretical problem?
Absolutely.
For the 5, because he's going to have speed. I'm going to lose a few dollars on the 6. I thought the 6 actually ran pretty well off the layoff, and while his figures aren't as big as the other ones, they're not that far away that maybe he could get the right trip. What do you think?
First of all, I'm a big believer in being technical on what you just said. You have to go in with confidence. You said you're going to lose a few dollars with the 6.
Well, it's a euphemism.
I'm a firm believer in that.
I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet and lose to maybe bet and win is what I meant. I mean, I think
I know
at
what
8 to
you
1
meant.
that horse is playable.
I just don't like it.
I think, yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I didn't mean it. I'm always. I mean, it's hard to be confident about the horse, but I think I'm confident that 8 to 1 is a value play on this horse. Okay, this horse is the same price as the 3, and Steve Asmussen or not, this horse took no money, did no running first time out. So either there's a big story on the 3, or the 6 is a huge value play versus the 3, who's now 7 to 1. And I'm worried if the 4 is live here, the 4 is going, because the 4 is very quick. And that's a problem for the 5, which in some ways probably makes the exact, maybe you're supposed to bet like a 2-6 or something, you know?
No, again, yeah, Wild Thinker's the one who blew by Brighter Days Ahead in the stretch and could not get to Saudi Crown. It was so impressive in that debut. Here is that race. And it was Brighter Days Ahead. He's quick out of the gate, setting the pace. He's going to eventually weaken here as maybe a potential star in this 3-year-old division runs right by him.
Runs in the next race, so it's actually kind of a good preview into that next race because you really want to see how these horses run. And I wonder, you know, if both of these horses come back and don't run particularly well, do you downgrade Saudi Crown a little bit for the next race? I think it's reasonable to say it. And I think the reason that Brighter Days Ahead is a shorter price than Wild Thinker, even though he finished behind him, is that he did all the dirty work in there, and Wild Thinker was just picking up the pieces. But if the 4 goes, then the same thing could happen here.
See, maybe he potentially could even just sit off that horse if that horse is a flyer. Relax, and then make his move. We'll see what happens here and how Tyler Gaffalione plays it. 7th from Churchill. Late pick 3 begins here. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Brighter Days Ahead bounces out near the front. Ludwig is also there. And Wild Thinker from the rail. Cloud Without Rain comes on from the far outside. 4 across the track early. Wild Thinker down inside. Right there too. Brighter Days Ahead. Ludwig in between while 3rd. Cloud Without Rain tries to back off them from 4th. Holy moly, Abraham is racing in 5th. And then down inside it's Smoke Wagon in 6th. 3 lengths back, Bolt Action 7th. Top Secret is 8th. Quade Sacro is running along in 9th. Son of a Gray's in 10th. Unwrap the trailer as they round the far turn. It's now Wild Thinker and Brighter Days Ahead going head-to-head right at the quarter pole, and Brighter Days Ahead assumes control off the turn. Brighter Days Ahead heads for home in front. Wild Thinker fights on from the rail. Ludwig 3rd. Cloud Without Rain is 4th. Smoke Wagon trying to rally down inside 5th. 1 furlong to go, and Brighter Days Ahead kicks it into high gear and is opened up by 3. And it will be Brighter Days Ahead to score by 4 on the wire. Tight for 2nd there, Ludwig or Wild Thinker. Top Secret rallied to grab 4th, and Smoke Wagon was 5th.
Brighter Days Ahead. Wild Thinker actually was quicker than him early. It was the complete reverse when they met last time. Brighter Days Ahead was like a rocket out of the gate, and then Wild Thinker sat off and got him. This time, Tyler on Brighter Days Ahead sits off Wild Thinker and blows by in the stretch.
And I guess Luis Saez felt, I'm drawn inside of this horse. I kind of got to go. And it obviously blew up on him a little bit. My 6 tried to pick up the pieces for 2nd. He did it right after the wire, but they're not going to pay me the right after the wire exacta in this race.
I wish that was a thing. 2 to 1 goes off as the favorite. Tyler Gaffalione for Joe Sharp. Brad Grady owns the 3-year-old son of Gervin. 3rd time the charm to break his maiden. We'll have those prices coming up. Back at Belmont, or at Ortiz Jr. Does that a lot with all the pictures he takes in the winner's circle. Wins for Mike Maker here in the 4-year-old return of Be the Boss.
Got a perfect trip here, had speed, was ready off the layoff, and a facile winner.
We talked a lot about this race. We thought there were so many possibilities, and it was really interesting coming off the turf. In the end, 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we both acknowledge the reasons this horse could win, but both felt there were valuable reasons to play against and take some better prices. It didn't work out. Sometimes it will, frequently it won't.
$6.60 for the victory, 35-1 underneath that dollar exacta with the favorite. 114 bucks. How about that?
Well, I find the second horse a little tougher to find. I think others thought maybe this horse was live, but 35-1, second longest shot on the board. Picks up the pieces for second.
We're gonna take a timeout. When we return, New York bred with a perfect record, looking sharp at Pimlico. Maple Leaf Mel keeping things going. We'll have the story when we come back.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
I am Larray Visargi. Welcome to Rockridge Stud, a 200-acre farm in the Hudson Valley near the town of Hudson. This is part of the Hudson Valley, so from this farm you can see that's Catskill Mountains, like Bell's Pond is part of the farm as well. This farm is very historic. It's been part of the Livingston estate. On this farm, many great horses were raised. Make a line and then we'll cut them out one by one, okay? I have actually gotten mares from across the country as far as California to breed to our stallions here. So we get them from all over the country to stay and breed with us. I think this place sets us apart from everybody else because we are very much hands-on. We take care of all their paperwork. We take care of their breeding. If they go to Kentucky or stay in New York, we basically accommodate all their needs. Farming is definitely, it's not for everybody, but there's a benefit in doing that. So much quality of life.
We are back. You can find out more about the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by going to nybreds.com. And speaking of New York breds, how impressive has Maple Leaf Mel been? Named for cancer survivor Melanie Giddings, longtime assistant to Jeremiah Engelhardt. Now has her own stable, still helps with this horse, who's owned, I should say, by Bill Parcells August on Farm. She remains perfect with this win in the Miss Preakness.
And I mean, she looks so impressive, doesn't she? I mean, look at her. She's in total command of the field. I mean, Joelle's sort of pushing her along a little bit here, but she's just a brilliantly fast horse that, I mean, I hate to say she's not just a good New York bred, you know, because I don't mean that to imply, because there have been plenty of very, very good New York breds over the years. She's potentially one of the leaders in that division of 3-year-old filly sprinters. I mean, you have to think they are clearly thinking test whether there's a start in between, maybe our victory
ride. July 8th is the target for the next start. This was her first time in open stakes company.
And I mean, owner Bill Parcells, trainer, or I should say, you know, coach Bill Parcells, but owner Bill Parcells, he's won some Super Bowls, at least a couple, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's not right. Maybe more. I don't want to cheat him out of any. But he's never won a Grade 1 as an owner. And this horse looks like she could put him there on the test. It'll be very exciting. And it's nice to see him a good horse. He's at Saratoga almost every day.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, as the racing goes, he's one of us. He's not normal as a football coach. He's one of the greats of all time. But as a regular person at the racetrack, he's just another horse player.
If he does get that first grade win, potential to get it, at Saratoga would be for him. I know he would be incredibly
special. There's a house, and he's there so much. Yeah. No, it's I mean, she's a very exciting horse. I'll put it this way: if you have another horse in that division, you watch that race, it's intimidating.
And it's a great story too. Perfect 4 for 4 now. We got more coming up from Belmont. When we return, we'll get into the 7th very competitive state-bred A other than allowance, going 6 furlongs. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well, sun shining in Elmont, New York, as we get set for a post break here for this New York bred entry-level allowance sprint. Here's Clover Street, Flavien Prat.
This is a tough competitive race. This horse ran well to break her maiden 2 starts back, but she's going to have to come from well back today.
Fancy Joke, 5-1, the blinkers go on.
She's run well in both her starts, but I worry about her taking too much pressure down inside.
Miss Stone, she won her debut gate to wire.
Well, I didn't like her stablemate who won yesterday as a favorite, and this is the one who's much better than her. She's going to face some pressure early, but she could improve.
Song Parody ran very good last year and then came back in the slop and a stake and struggled.
Gets Lasix for her first start, but look who beat her in her last start.
Maple Leaf Mel, pretty tough customer. Here's Reigning Chick, Peter Walder off the claim.
Yeah, she fits the profile of the race in that there should be some pace. I just don't know if she's good enough.
What do you do with Red Moon? Undefeated 2 starts at Turf Paradise.
You ask the connections, and these same people owned her, why they didn't break their maiden in New York for more money. She would have made more than $25,000 if she had run it in New York.
Try It Again should be forward.
She's going to be chasing outside, but she's had things go her own way in race and not got it done, and now she's facing other speed.
And the Bon Barn with Joel Rosario, Fancy Feline.
I picked her, a horse I've never really liked, but I thought her last race was good. She closed against the bias, the track very much favoring forwardly placed horses, and she should get pace. So I've never been a big fan, but I like her today.
3 minutes to post. Seems like a wide open group. These 3-year-old fillies can improve by leaps and bounds. We have some older fillies and mares in this group as well. That 10 Fancy Feline 5-year-old mare in this spot. And even Clover Street, here's the one, Flavian Pratt, stepped up into, a stakes race last time out. It was a muddy sealed track. Before that, she's not that far off this group, is she?
No, her race 2 back, I think, makes her fringe competitive. I just worry that she's been better when she's forward, and she figures to be badly outrun early in this race.
Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Guys, I think this is a really deep, interesting race. We'll start with what I think is the speeds here, and that's starting with the 2 Fancy Joke. I thought her comeback was really good. At a tough return distance of 7 furlongs, turns back. She's inside, and I think that kind of almost simplifies things a little bit for Trevor McCarthy. You got to come out running, and then if someone else really wants it or they're just faster than you, at least then it creates some sort of separation. You can't come out quietly thinking I'm going to lay third, because then things just don't work out. The 3 Miss Stones, so fast on debut. Daughter of Bustin' Stones, broke so alertly. And for a first-time starter, that's unusual, and it reminds you a great deal of her sire, Bustin' Stones. Again, you have 2 speeds drawn side by side, though, so that's generally when horses tend to hook up more. But I like the way she's acting, Miss Stones. You get a horse that debuts and runs so well. Sometimes they're a little rattled the second time. I don't see that at all. I'm seeing a filly that's just very comfortable, very clear-eyed, really just a very classy individual. The 7 Red Moon makes her first start against New York breds after 2 wins at Turf Paradise, and now she comes here for Bill Murray, who's just a terrific horseman. He's winning at a very high percentage this year, and he's been a real nice addition to the New York scene. And she could sit the right kind of trip, I think. I think she's going to be sitting just off the speed and kind of watching things from the outside. And then the 10 horse, Fancy Feline, who will ultimately be my top selection. I just think she's going to get a ton of pace to run at. She's a filly that's not crazy about dirt in her face, so she'll have an opportunity to get in a rhythm before Joel Rosario has to make a decision whether to tuck in or, kind of take that outside path. And I just think she's going to get enough pace to set up a good late run for her.
Wow, both you guys going with the outside runner with Rosario for Jimmy Von Barn.
It's a poor thing. If they find out, they'll probably scratch her. I think she makes a lot of sense in here. The last race she was in, that was a track that was very kind of speed. The horses tried again, was sitting second to the eventual winner of that race, Silver Fist. And she ran very effectively in picking up third. Now, in the past, she's been a horse that every time she's run well, before her last race, she's been in gold rails, she's had good trips and stuff, so she needs some help. But in this race, I just think they're going to be forward in here. We should talk about Miss Stones. Miss Stones, we talked about it yesterday when her stablemate, that horse won, that was, at least to us, a somewhat surprising favorite, and she held on by the barest of heads or noses. That was obviously a softer field than this one, but she didn't run as fast as this one, and that's the one they ran the maiden claiming race, and this is the one they ran the maiden special weight because she was outworking the other one. So to just say, well, she only ran a 65 by her first time, there's other speed here, she's not good enough, okay, maybe that's the case, and maybe at 5-2, it's a good horse to bet against. And that's kind of where I'm going with it, though I scratched into her as my third choice. But to ignore that the other one improved yesterday, ran a 71 by her yesterday, is to ignore this horse could improve as well. Now, the one yesterday may have been helped by the racetrack a little bit, which was very kind of speed as the day wore on. But still, I don't think it's fair to just ignore her because races are slower. I just think at 5-2, she's not a great gamble. That's all I have to think.
And she's not necessarily the clear speed in
No, the 2, 3, and 9 are all fast. It sometimes comes down to who decides they want it more.
4, I think, too, no?
Potentially, though. Listen, potentially she could go. The other ones were faster than her when they ran in their respective races, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be faster than her today. She's coming off a layoff. I don't know. Around here, so much of the pace is based on how aggressive a rider is more often than a horse's natural speed. So I am very skeptical about making concrete decisions about who's going to be in front early, because we just so often see one person go and other people ride unaggressively.
A little skittish there, the favorite, Miss Stones, but they get her in the gate 2-1, and there is Javier Castellano hopping aboard, right back to work after that defeat as that Triple Crown bid comes to an end in the Preakness on Saturday with Mage, who will not contest the Belmont Stakes now.
But I hope we see him in Saratoga. I'm still a Mage fan.
I am as well.
I am not going to say that because he didn't win yesterday. He had things against him, and I still think he's a very, very good horse. He's only run 5 times.
7th at Belmont. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
And they're off. Hesitant start for number 10, Fancy Feline, and she trails. Miss Stones and Fancy Joke, those two strike out for the early lead. Then it's Try It Again, along with Song Parody. Those two are right together, 3rd and 4th. Clover Street is next in 5th, followed by Red Moon and Raining Chick, who is coming through down on the inside. And farther back in the field is Fancy Feline. The quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Fancy Joke is the leader here by a half length. Miss Stones on the outside is second by 2. Song Parody down at the rail runs in 3rd. And then it's a length to Clover Street, who's in 4th. And on the outside is Try It Again. It's Fancy Joke, the one to catch at the quarter pole. Song Parody looks to rally down at the rail. On the outside there is Miss Stones. Miss Stones trying to get to Fancy Joke. Fancy Joke continues to lead. Miss Stones is running in 2nd with a Clover Street in 3rd. Less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is still Fancy Joke in front. Then Miss Stones, Clover Street, and Red Moon. They come on for the finish, and it is Fancy Joke who is going to win it here by 2 lengths. Clover Street got up for 2nd. Miss Stones was 3rd.
Fancy Joke, Trevor McCarthy. Rudy Rodriguez puts away Miss Stones and wins at 7-2.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but whoever is the most aggressive around here basically has handed the victory if your horse is good enough and you have the speed. Okay. To be fair to Javier Castellano, he was at least lapped on this horse. Can somebody explain to me where the 9 was early and where that horse's speed was? Well, rating her worked out well. Maybe she's the best horse. Rudy Rodriguez's barn, who had been fast asleep for a long, long time starting in Saratoga, has come wildly alive since the late stages of Aqueduct. And this horse proved to be much the best. But when you get a slow half like this horse ran, you're not going to beat her. And I credit Trevor McCarthy. The others just didn't want it. Good call with the 1. She ran a very good 2nd at 21-1, and so well that Mark Hennig almost slipped down the stairs right to her left.
Did he really?
He's okay. No, he's okay. He laughed. He smiled.
Be dangerous.
He was so excited he got 2nd. He got up for the photo. He took a little stumble. He didn't tumble. He stumbled.
2-1, 3-7, 21-1 shot underneath. We've seen some short prices with some big numbers underneath. That's how you get some value in this game. Fancy Joke. Trevor McCarthy, Rudy Rodriguez. And now 2 for 3 with this 3-year-old filly.
I just keep seeing these silks. They all look like Mike Rapoli silks to me, but this is not Mike Rapoli.
How about this horse? 1.5 miles on the turf. Foreign Relations might have a new player in this division with a grade 3 win in the Louisville. We'll take a look back when we return.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards, the win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oakland Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again.
flight line, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us as we continue with action from Churchill Downs and Belmont Park on this Sunday afternoon. Let's look back to Saturday and maybe a rising star in the Marathon Turf Division, Foreign Relations, 5-year-old who easily crossed the wire first in an A other than allowance, only to get DQ'd at 1.5 miles of the turf at Keeneland. Was entered in another allowance race. They scratch out of that to go here in the Grade 3 Louisville and get the money.
You had mentioned this horse when we were on air before the race yesterday and pointing out that while the figure of his last race was not that quick, he is clearly an improving horse that loved the distance. And it was a race that was crying out for a stranger. Now, I wasn't smart enough to listen to you because I like the second horse, Limited Liability, who did improve going longer. But this horse was a facile winner. And I'm saying the way this division has been setting up, if he was my horse, I'd be thinking big. I'd be thinking about a race like the Grade 1 UN at Monmouth and then potentially the Grade 1 Sword Dancer at Saratoga. They're important Grade 1s with big purses. And this horse, who are the killers in this division you're supposed to be afraid of when you go 11, 12 furlongs? No. Red Knight's a nice horse, but it's not scaring. And I don't mean to knock him, but...
Yeah. Now, look, even second, third place money in those races. Potentially, we're going to see probably a Charlie Appleby sighting in some of those races.
Well, he brought a horse over for the Man of War. How'd that go for him? I mean, he ran okay. He didn't have a great trip, but, you know, if he had some better horse in the barn, maybe he would have brought him. I don't know. Are all his horses going to win every time? How is this horse 2-5 at Churchill and the horse outside him?
We don't know enough about Saudi Crown to make this horse 2-5. I don't think. Yeah, I agree with you. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with page 1. This horse ran very good against winners last start at Keeneland.
And he should get, you know, we'll see if he can get the right trips. He's got to rate behind Saudi Crown. His job got a little harder when the 6 scratched, oddly.
Appeal denied. Ran a huge figure 2 back at Fairgrounds against condition 40 claimers.
This is 24-1, and his last 2 buyer figures are 93 and 87. If that doesn't give you an idea of how tough this race is, I don't know what does.
Charter Oak, huge number as well for David Vance.
I mean, he's had some okay recent races, but they're not even within hunting distance in the word horse in here.
Michael McCarthy, he trains Greener Pastures, who was just third for 62,000, claiming at Keeneland.
That's probably what he said when he saw the PPs in this race. He said, I need to find greener pastures for this horse. I mean, this is such a... I mean, you're an 83 buyer last time. He's 24-1.
Came up incredibly tough.
I mean, it's crazy how tough this race is.
Blue Light, Steve Asmussen won the debut at Fairgrounds, second in the allowance at Keeneland, and he's 8-1.
He's got to get faster as well to beat the better horses.
1-2 on a horse who started once, rolled on by 2 we saw in the last race.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's part of the reason he's this short is what happened in the last race.
97 buyer for that win in the debut. He's by the Kentucky Derby winner, Always Dreamin', trained by Brad Cox. Sweet Cherry Pie ran a big figure, too, in his second start at Keeneland.
This horse beat a huge favorite from Brad Cox last time, who's run 87 and now 88 buyers. I don't think there's any reason for this price to be that different than the number 7. I think they should be much closer.
He did it making an equipment change, too. That was blinkers on for the first time. Here's the 9. There's been crazier long shots. Angkor, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing.
Well, one of his last dirt buyers was 91. He's 10-1. And Favorite Outlaw, who would have been the second or third choice, scratched out. This is about as tough a non-winner as a 1. We had that non-winners 1 in Saratoga where they ran a 105 figure in Saratoga a few years ago. Liam horse, that Liam horse won the race.
Well, let's go to Paul Lo Duca. They're betting this horse like he's the next Jack Christopher, Paulie.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I look at the poor 2 appeals denied, and this horse ran a 93 and an 87 buyer, and the thoroughbred figures are right there, and you're 22-1 against a horse that looks the part, man. He is a striking gray by Always Dreaming. Now, Always Dreaming has not been one of the best sires so far in his young stud career, but this is a horse they bought 2-year-old training. He does get the gray, obviously, from the bottom side of his pedigree, the Tappet, but he was ultra impressive last time. And I think, you know, with the 2 horses that he beat last time out, running 1-2 in the last race, that maybe the public's getting a little bit carried away, but maybe they're not. We'll see what happens here at 3-5. I do know the 8 has been working great guns. The word was out on this horse last time out, Sweet Cherry Pie, when they put the blinkers on. Rusty Arnold, this horse went from 30-1 to 4-1, stopped the clock in 109 and change, and, you know, had some extra left. Luis Saez gets back aboard, and, you know, the first 2 starts, this colt hasn't broke exactly sharp. So, you know, a little bit better break. Sweet Cherry Pie might be on the back of Saudi Crown, unless Saudi Crown goes to the front end, because there's some quality in here, like you guys are saying. You guys were talking about the 1, page 1. I mean, just missed by a nose. Appeals denied, took a field gate to wire. I understand those were slower fractions. And then you have Blue Light, the 5, who's not a slouch at all either, with only 2 career starts, who could improve. So obviously the word is out on the 7, Saudi Crown, that he's working unbelievable in the morning. He really didn't get bet first time out. If you look at it, for a Brad Cox first time starter to win like he did, I think Sweet Cherry Pie could close the gap a little bit on him. I'll go with Sweet Cherry Pie just because of the price. And I loved his last race with the blinkers on.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that equipment change is when he really turned it around, but you could see obviously a big leap in a second start of a career of a horse as well. Takes a look at that win. Here it came at Keeneland, 6 furlongs, adding those blinkers, was close throughout, and then drew off.
Yeah, listen, I'm not in any way knocking this horse. This horse run very well, but this was, I mean, I'm confused. We're watching Sweet Cherry Pie.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a very impressive effort. I'm sorry, I was confused about Saudi Crown. Global Stage had finished second in his debut with an 87 buyer and was an overwhelming favorite here, and this horse just blew him away in there. I was very impressed, and looking at other horse in the race, that number looks very legitimate.
So he will face winners for the first time. Saudi Crown will face winners for the first time. Several others have been earning some good numbers too against winners, like Page 1,
yeah,
who's 9-1 from that inside post. That was in an A other than at Keeneland.
They're sort of betting this race like they're just assuming that Saudi Crown is going to win, and the others are not of any consequence. And I don't think either one of us are going to be surprised when Saudi Crown wins, but I think that both of us would be more than happy to bet against this horse at this price. I would bet the 8. You seem to be interested in the 1. I think you're supposed to take a little swing against a horse like this at this price. Do we have somebody in the last race to bet doubles with? I don't. I had a little interest in the last race in a horse.
And that is?
The 8, highest rated.
Frankel horse for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah.
Did not run a lot first time out.
Thought he was a little bit interesting in there.
Okay.
And I think in the 12, St. Neots, who got a trip.
Both the 3 and the 9 first-timers with some pedigrees in there.
Unfortunately, I can't.
We'll see. Is this the next star in the 3-year-old division? Saudi Crown looked like it could be in that debut. The 7 horse here for Brad Cox. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And Saudi Crown breaks in stride and is looking for the lead. Sweet Cherry Pie broke OK too and is right there pressing early on. Blue Light comes away in third, and down inside is Page 1. Appeal denied, and Anchor's in behind as well. So down the backstretch run, Saudi Crown short lead. Sweet Cherry Pie pressing. Page 1 comes through to the inside to be a clear third. Appeal denied in between, while fourth, Anchor far outside, fifth, Blue Light sixth, but only 2 lengths off the leader, Saudi Crown. 5 lengths back to greener pastures, and Charter Oak is the trailer. Saudi Crown's quarter, 22 and 1/5 seconds, pressed along by Sweet Cherry Pie. And these two now go head-to-head round the far turn. Sweet Cherry Pie and Saudi Crown with Angkor third and trying to close in. Page One is fourth, the rest with work to do. Greener Pastures comes through toward the inside of Appeal Denied. They're off the turn. Saudi Crown set down. Sweet Cherry Pie continues to press. Still second, but it's just a neck behind with a furlong to go. Saudi Crown roused to a clearer lead. Sweet Cherry Pie continues to fight on, but Saudi Crown gets the upper hand late and will prevail in the end. Saudi Crown by a length and a half over Sweet Cherry Pie. Angkor was third, Greener Pastures was fourth, and Page One fifth.
Saudi Crown, Florent Giroux, you saw him take a look back early on, and he must have felt he had a ton underneath him. He got a challenge from Sweet Cherry Pie, puts that horse away.
Yeah, but, I mean, very impressive, obviously a very talented horse, but so is Sweet Cherry Pie. I mean, these horses ran extremely well in a battle, but Saudi Crown was the best one. But he wasn't best at 1-2. You know, if you bet the 8 at 4-1, it's just a little disheartening because you feel like you made a sort of right value play and you just bet a horse that probably shouldn't have been that big a favorite. And I'm looking at the final time. They went 1:15.88 for the 6.5 furlongs, 1:09.34 for the 6. We're going to see this horse in stake races, and we'll probably see him in Saratoga.
We might see both of these two, going forward. Both these two look very talented. Saudi Crown, though, now 2 for 2 to start his career and handles this test. I mean, to do this off a debut, and there's some nice horses in this race.
These are good horses. I mean, you see where the 9 finished. The 9 can run some fast races. He clearly showed up today with one of his better efforts. He had a good trip behind them, and still they put a few lengths on him. Now, this is a very strong field.
Saudi Crown lives up to the billing, short price. As we get back to Belmont.
Race goes.
Fancy joke. Trevor McCarthy all smiles, winning for Rudy Rodriguez.
I credit Trevor. He rode a horse with speed, and he was the most aggressive here. Congrats to him. Rodriguez brothers have come alive.
$9.30 for the win. Daughter, a Practical Joke, 3-year-old filly here, bred by Sugar Maple Farm. Ugamo Racing Stable. Look at the pick 6 carryover, follow along to this point. No big numbers yet, but some tough races too to narrow down.
Yeah, 44. Parlay's a little over $200 so far for $2.
2 legs still remain.
That's the pick 6 with the carryover, right?
This race was scheduled for the turf, comes off, and now we have a 4-5 favorite in Awesome Native in here. Jorge Abreu and Jose Ortiz. Distant second to an X'd Out winner last time out.
I think my only concern with him, and I picked him and expect him to be tough to beat, is the 6 furlongs. He's never gone this short. But some will look and say, well, he won his first 2 starts easily, and then he lost as the favorite 2 times. He ran better in those races in defeat than he did in victory.
There he is. He's 4-5 right now. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. Late double next. From Belmont Park, we approach the 11-minute mark to post here in the 8th.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Lo Duca out in Louisville. We got the MiG with us as well. And Saudi Crown, potentially a star in this 3-year-old division, coming off a dominant maiden win. Backs it up here in the first time against winners here in start number 2. Let's go to Lo Duca for more.
Yeah, with trainer here, Brad Cox with Saudi Crown. Wow, this was almost like a mini grade 3, and this is probably the test that you wanted, no, Brad?
Yeah, for sure. We wanted to give him one more run around one turn. You know, we do believe he'll stretch out. He's always dreaming out of a tap-it mare, and we think, you know, he'll be best going long. Showed us a good bit of talent, you know, in his 2 runs here. He showed a good bit of talent last summer. Saratoga, we had to stop on him, and, you know, congrats to the owners. They were patient with him and did the right thing by him, and, you know, he's a good colt. I really think a lot of him.
He's a horse, obviously. What'd you see in the 2-year-old training sale?
Well, I didn't buy him. so the ownership group, they picked him out. He showed up, and, you know, he was pretty forward at the beginning and, you know, continued to be good every single week. And, you know, once again, had to give him that time. He come back, and he was just even better this year. So he's given us a lot of confidence when we've let him over here.
He's beaten a good field. Okay, let's get to Angel of Empire. You were just telling me the plan is right now, third-place finisher of the Kentucky Derby is planning to go to New York right now for the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, he and Hit Show are the ones that we've got marked. So we'll see, you know, how the race comes up. You know, they had their first work back this morning since the Derby. They both went maintenance halves. Very happy with what we saw from both of them. And, you know, we'll do something similar with them, you know, again next Saturday or Sunday. And, you know, that's our plan right now is the Belmont.
You always thought Angel of Empire was kind of your Belmont horse. You still thinking that a little bit, Brad?
Yeah, I'm thinking that and hoping that. We'll see. You know, we'll, you know, once again, kind of let everything unfold from the Preakness. And, you know, first and foremost, we got to pay attention to our horses and how they're training. And they got to be telling us they want to go there, not just because we want to go there. The horses got to be, you know, giving us the right signs and working well in the morning. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, congratulations today with Saudi Crown, a horse with a tremendous future. And maybe congratulations in about, what, 20 days or so, Greg?
By that, Paul, he did that math so fast, my head's spinning. He had to look at his watch, though, to do it. I'm a little confused by that.
He's got a calendar on the watch. This is shaping up to be a big, very big field for the Belmont. Todd Pletcher, potentially 4 runners. Arabian Lion, National Treasure may come for Baffert. Arcangelo, that impressive Peter Pan winner, still on the fence, may come.
I think they're all in the running for second to Hit Show. I really do.
What about Saudi Crown? How
he's not going to Belmont?
How? Well, they say, and I agree with you, but they say going longer may be better.
Every trainer says that. They all think they want to go long. That's like a trader's credo. They want to go long. Who's this side?
It's impressive.
Who might argue with Brad Cox anyway?
Always dreaming out of a tap-it mare.
Well, some reading says the horse should go longer, so.
Here's the one to beat. Here in the 8th of Belmont, meant for the turf, comes off 6 furlongs now. State-bred, allowance optional claiming field, awesome native Flavian Pratt.
Ran to a horse that ran 100 buyer and then backed up with a 99 his next start. He didn't run badly. He just ran to a horse that ran better. And the time before that, he dueled with the winner, who's very impressive. I wonder if Overstep, who's a Pletcher Rapoli horse, that horse will be in the Classic, the Empire Classic next week. He would certainly be one of the players in there.
Here's bar 14, 11-1 Jose Lezcano.
Better horse in the turf than dirt. Ran very well last time. Got a rider switch. I really liked him on the turf. On the dirt, he's run some okay races, but he's not as good in the dirt.
Behind him, here's the 9, Arad Ortiz Jr., Horn of Plenty.
Ran just the other day at, this horse just ran 4 days ago at Finger Lakes.
Yeah.
Okay, then, and lost a race at 2-1.
Quick return.
David Jacobson, I guess anything's possible, right?
7-2 Big Engine, Linda Rice.
He needs a hot pace, and a lot of the speed scratched out. I thought he was more interesting before the scratches.
Foolish Ghost has had some big moments in his 8-year-old career.
Well, he got some very fortuitous scratches. The 11 ran yesterday, and the 1A is scratched. He's the controlling speed. Is he good enough?
Brew Pub, Rudy Rodriguez Jr. Alvarado.
He won. You missed getting a chance to get the money. First time Rudy last time as part of the wake-up. And his last race was good. Probably better in a wet track, though. He's never won in a dry track.
5 minutes of post here in this. Hey, we're going to take a look at Brew Pub. Coming off that victory, that was a sloppy sealed track back on April 30th. Here it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about, the sloppy track. And got a good trip here, but he really improved. I mean, this is the best race he's ever run in a long, not so storied career, as he got just his 3rd victory in 37 starts. You can see they were sort of beating up on each other on the front. Foolish Ghost, Union's chasing him, and they got a little leg very late. And there was Brewpub, the new improved Brewpub off the claim. But once again, he's 3 for 15 with 5 seconds on a wet track. 3 for 13 with 5 seconds. It's 8 times out of 13, and he's 0 for 15 with 2 seconds on a dry track. So he's better on a wet track. It seems pretty clear.
Well, here's the favorite, Jose Ortiz, Jorge Abreu. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and looking at these horses from a physical perspective, your favorite looks tremendous. You know, he's 6-5. I mean, I could see, you know, why he's favored. Got a great look to him as far as the weight he's carrying. Very strong behind. But I prefer the 12. I think the 12's checking all the boxes for me. I love what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. I do think Foolish Ghost is a controlling speed. He's an 11-time winner, so he's a horse that, you know, will fight for it. He gets Jamie Torres, a 5-pound apprentice that I've been very impressed with. So he gets a 5-pound break in the weights. And, you know, listening to Oscar Barrera, his instructions were put him on the lead and keep him in, you know, about the 4 or 5 path. He doesn't feel like the inside portion of the track's great. But I think Foolish Ghost is going to take a lot of catching here, guys. I love what I'm seeing from him physically, and I just think tactically he's got a big edge.
All right, Mig. See how it plays out here for Foolish Ghost. He is quick, went gate to wire, 2 back on a muddy sealed track. 11-time winner in this 8-year-old's career.
Well, I'm not going to argue Richie. He's loose. As we said before, the scratch has significantly upgraded his chances in here. Having said that, I just don't think he's near good enough to win the race. But he did run okay last time. But that was a wet track, and he's another horse who probably recently has run better on wet tracks. I don't really like him. I don't think he's good enough. But he is the controlling speed in this race. If you like him, he's an awfully big price. Any thoughts yourself, Mr.
I thought
Wolf?
he is dangerous. Especially, too, he's got some back races, but he's getting up there in age, and I just thought the 7 was a massive, massive standout.
I happen to agree with you.
I think he can run his B- race and win here.
I just think he's run well in all of his starts. And we're talking about a 6-5 shot. But someone will look at him and say, well, you know, he won his first 2 starts and he lost. Well, he ran better buyer figures and better time form U.S. figures in his losses. He dueled with Overstep, who looked terrific in that race. And then the next time out, he got outrun with a horse that came back with a almost 100 buyer, same figure. I mean, he just lost to better horses.
There he is, even money. As we take a look at the 10 here. So here's Big Engine. Had some good moments in his career, too. 8-year-old for Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. And this is a look back to February 18th.
This is 3 starts back for Big Engine. And he actually ran well in this race because he wasn't that far off the pace, which is unusual for him. And Acacia actually made an interesting point to me in the show. This is a rail runner. This horse used to run most effectively inside of horses, but lately he's been better running outside of horses. The problem for him is a race that initially had a lot of horses, a lot of speed signed on. Well, St. Selby ran yesterday. We came off the turf, and Unique Unions is scratched out. So without those horses in, there's nobody to press. Now, the argument is to say, well, maybe if you're like me and you don't like the 12, the race comes apart. No, I think that makes Awesome Native's job easier because he's probably the one who's going to be stalking. And in that case, he's lost any type of advantage he has an Awesome Native to win the race, so I just think it's going to be tough, but not impossible.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier. Flavian Pratt actually on the favorite, Awesome Native. Jose Ortiz on Big Engine. Main track only who gets in. You can play all the action, of course, with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code MATCH200 at NairaBets.com. Even money on the 7 here. Awesome Native on a pick 6 carryover day. This was probably a pretty heavy lean for a lot of people in this race in that pick 6 sequence. But Mig does bring up a good point in, you know, with all these scratches in here, Foolish Ghost going to be loose.
No, we had clearly made that point beforehand. It's very obvious the scratches really helped his chances. I just don't feel like he's good enough. I'm not, you know, listen, you know, my opinion, take it for its worth, but I just don't believe he's good enough to win this race, so I prefer others. But he does tactically potentially have a real advantage here.
Meanwhile, There's the 8, bar 14. You look at this race, and he does have that big tactical edge. And it just doesn't look like there's anyone that could go with him. So does that put the onus on the favorite here in Flavien Prat to try and not let him get away?
Well, he's not quick enough to run with him, but he's got enough speed.
Keep him in his sights, though.
And Flavien's extremely good at that, of getting position. It's one of the reasons he's as good a rider as he is. He has very good instincts for being tactical with his horses. But he can't just send all out to rush with him. I mean, Foolish Ghost is going to be able to control. But I'll tell you something. Torres will make a mistake if he rates him along in here and he allows Awesome Native to be close to him, because then he'll never beat him.
Here we go, 8th from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
Field of 6 going 6 furlongs in this off-the-grass 8th race. And one more to complete the field, number 13, a Brew Pub, who steps up under Junior Alvarado. Ready to go here at beautiful Belmont Park. And they're off. Number 7, Awesome Native, was off a step slow, is down on the inside. Foolish Ghost has the early lead. Brew Pub is on the extreme outside. Big Engine is now moving up. Then comes Horn of Plenty, followed at the rail by Bar 14 and Awesome Native. The favorite is the trailer in 6th. The leader is Foolish Ghost, who leads by a length and a half now, with Big Engine in pursuit in 2nd. Brew Pub in the clear on the outside in 3rd. The quarter went in 22 and 3. Horn of Plenty races in 4th, about 5 lengths from the front. And then it is Awesome Native and a Bar 14. Foolish Ghost has a 3.5 length lead coming for the quarter pole. Big Engine remains in 2nd. And then it's Horn of Plenty. Awesome Native now begins to gain some ground as they head for home. The half in 45 and 3. It is Foolish Ghost who has the lead. Big Engine has moved to the inside. Then it is Awesome Native. Awesome Native continues to gain. Awesome Native now moving up to take the lead. Big Engine is there. Late run from Brew Pub on the outside. Awesome Native, alas, the first winner. Brew Pub was 2nd. And Big Engine finished 3rd.
Slow break from the inside for Awesome Native. It did not look good for the heavy favorite here under Flavien Prat. Still good enough to win.
Yeah, you might have given yourself a heart attack if you bet a lot of this horse at 4 to 5. He didn't break that sharply, and Flavien, in a lot of ways, really did the right thing. He didn't want to have to rush up inside of horses. It seems like all of the running is being done well off the rail here, so he got outside. Then he has Brew Pub leading on him, so he can't get that clear run, and he managed to eke out the victory. But this is a victory that's more impressive than it looked. But how about Big Engine? I credit Jose Ortiz. He went with a horse that has absolutely no speed whatsoever. At least he tried to apply some pressure. And then you saw him sort of duck in, as he likes running inside of horses, and he ran a respectable 3rd.
And there's that 13 coming in on the 7, as you talked about. This horse overcame a lot in here.
Yeah, he was much the best. And the thing, it's interesting about Foolish Ghost. Richie was dead right. He was controlling speed. He's just not good enough.
Awesome Native overcomes a slow break, was dead last early. Prat with a lot to do on this horse. You see the 13 leaning on him here. In the stretch as well. Mig, talk to us here down the stretch.
Yeah, I actually thought the 7 came out more into the 13. The 13 was trying to hold his line, and the 7 was the one that came out and created his room. The head-on I just saw doesn't look significant enough to warrant any kind of an inquiry or anything. But when I watched the pan shot, it was definitely the inside horse that came out to initiate the contact. The head-on shot that I saw, though, was not nearly as significant as I thought it was at first glance.
Richie, I think watching that head-on, there's an argument that the reason that Flavien had to come out a smidgen is the number 12 is sort of drifting in front of him, and maybe he was clear, but also maybe he had a little something to do with it, sort of making it so he had right in there. You see what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, the 12's coming out, but that still doesn't allow him to, move into the other horse. I mean, he's trying to, continue to follow the hole that he had, but it was the 12 coming out that absolutely kind of started the whole thing.
Right. I mean, you can say, if you're Flavien, I'd say, well, I didn't come out. The 12 came out, and therefore he forced me to go out. Because if the 12 is keeping a straight path, there's no reason for that to come out.
that doesn't give you the right to continue to come out there. You can't make your problem someone else's problem. Now, again, I don't think this was nearly significant enough to warrant any kind of a disqualification.
Objection, sign up.
But the onus is on the 7 in that particular spot, even if the 12 is the one drifting.
Right, but I'm going to say the 12 drifted that caused him to drift. If you're
I
Flavien,
don't disagree
that's
with
be his
that,
argument.
but again, I just don't think you can make your problem someone else's problem. That's not a good defense. But I totally understand what you're saying.
Well, and to Mig's point is that there was room in front of him.
There was room, and then the 12 came out and took the room away. But the 12 is
But that was up ahead of him.
It's not clear. It's not clear that he was still clear at that point. That's what I'm saying. It's right in there. I mean, is it really? It's not really clear. I mean, there's at least a reasonable argument, is all I'm saying. And Richie agrees with, we agree that there's not going to be a DQ here.
It's an objection. Yeah, not.
It's just trying to annoy you, Greg. I think this objection is more there to annoy you. And I don't know if it's working as well as I had hoped. Because I do have to get even with you for making fun of me earlier today.
You really did take offense. Now, one more look here. There is that 12 drifting out in the green cap. Mig, as you get another look at it, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I don't think there can be any kind of a change here. When I watched the pan shot, it looked more significant because you could see, a little bit of that contact, and it looked more dramatic. On the head-on, it actually was fairly smooth. I think Flavien did a really good job of walking the tightrope there, of not coming out and bothering that horse and continuing his forward progress. But just to get back to the point, if it had been significant, at the end of the day, the defense that, well, the 12 forced me to, just wouldn't hold water. You can't, because someone else is making a mistake, make your problem someone else's problem. And then the right call. This should not have come down, and now it's been announced it's official.
Well, you're ahead of us. I think Richie's in a different state. And we've also, Richie, and I know you'll agree with this, seen a lot worse stay up over the years.
Two for Flavien Prat. Wow, did he have to overcome a lot in this race, including an objection at the end of it?
I thought Richie's point was very good also, which might have gotten lost, was how well Flavien handled it, Richie was saying. And I agree with that, in that there was no overreaction to the situation. He just, he handled it very, very well. And we see some occasional overreactions here, don't we, Richie?
He's such a cool customer. Flavien Prat, one of the absolute best in this game. 4-5 favorite, Awesome Native with the victory, surviving that fairly quick objection. Stewards to look at, say no. 7, 13, 10, 12 finish. We're going to be saying goodbye to our audience on FS2. We will be back with you on our FS2 coverage next Thursday from 5 to 8:30 Eastern Time. So FS2 viewers, we will see you back then. Coverage, of course, you can continue to watch on our YouTube page, New York Racing Association, and we'll continue along out on our regional networks in Southern California as well.
I'm leaving. You're on your own.
I need you here. Please don't do it.
You made fun of my green outfit.
Andy was on with Acacia earlier. They both had green on. I said happy St. Patrick's Day. I didn't think you'd take that much offense. Awesome Native with the win. We'll be back.
I did.
850, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Proud 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our Sunday card from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Let's go back to Churchill, and this is the race that's going to close out their Sunday card. Mile and a 16th on the turf, maiden special weight. Let's go to Lo Duca.
Yeah, this is a tough race to close out the card here, Greg. And if you're alive in these pick fives, pick sixes, pick fours, good luck. Right now, the favorite is the outside horse, St. Noet's. I guess that's how you say that. And, you know, I was a little bit worried about a lot of the outside horses here on this turf course getting the outside draw. But we've been able to see a lot of 13, 12, some outside horses getting the job done. I can understand where the public's going here with Victoria Oliver here, son of Flincher. You do get Luis Saez aboard. This is just a wide open group. I don't know if you want to take 5 to 2 on a horse that's stuck all the way on the outside. The 2 horse here is getting the kitchen sink thrown at him. First time gelding, blinkers going on. We'll get Lasix for the second time for Chad Brown, son of First Samurai out of a Galileo mare. This horse is 4 to 1. I would tend to maybe pass on the 2. You do get Gaffleone aboard, and Tyler obviously been riding very, very well. You look at the 8. They paid $1 million for this son of Frankel, obviously bred to be any kind, but you know he didn't really run that much first time out. And I think at 9 to 1, maybe they're just playing off the pedigree. The 7 Karoom getting better and better, at least, you know, when it comes to his races. That looks like maybe going a little bit farther. Runs his races upside down. Jareth Loveberry, you know, I've been watching him. After watching his race, and I didn't get to really watch him that much, but after watching his race in the Derby, he really stays married to the rail a lot. And, you know, that's a good thing to have, especially when you're on the turf course. So if he can drop the 7 down to the rail, I think this horse has got a good shot. My long shot would be the 6. Now That I Can Rock. You got to love horses 2 back. The horse was 94 to 1, almost won. Goes on the Keeneland turf for the first time with Corey Orm and almost wins at 18 to 1. Now you get Johnny Court aboard. I think this is the long shot horse by Flintshire, the Gone West mare. And I also think the Michael McCarthy horse can move up the 1. Big Elm. Horse is bred to go long. I'm surprised that this horse is 21 to 1. So if you're against the 12, I thought there was way many different options in here. If I had to take a pick, you know what? I would take the 1 in here. I think the 1's got a big look to stretch out at a price. I just got to go with a price in here. I can't take the favorite.
Yeah, it's a big number on the 1. Dam was produced graded stakes place, dirt router Red Knobs. His second dam was graded stakes place on the grass at Goodwood.
Okay, I'm not knocking long shots. I think the 12 is the horse to beat. I don't love the post. I'm not betting him either, but this is a horse that got locked in last time, or he probably would have broken his maiden in his last start. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Baltazar, the runner-up, run here because he was reined off the turf. He was entered in our 3rd race. I'm very interested in the 8. The horse that Paulie mentioned cost $1 million, the Frankel. Now, we have not seen a lot of Frankels do well in America. I think McCulloch is probably the best one we've really seen that they brought over here, ran here overall. I watched this horse's first race pretty carefully, and I got to feel like this horse needed a start first time out. And I'm not going to be surprised at all when the 8 highest rated runs significantly better today.
Yeah, 9 to 1, second time starter for Kenny McPeak, highest rated. Here's the 12, the 2 to 1 favorite, Saez, Victoria Oliver.
I mean, I don't think taking 2 to 1 on this horse from the outside post is any great shakes. That I'm very clear on. I have no argument with that. But this horse was unlucky last time out. Was getting a good trip, but then got one of those trips where he had to just sort of wait and wait and wait and wait and wait to get room to angle out to the outside. And by the time he got right on the clear, the race was already over. So there is an argument with an easier trip he would have won, but you could also say he would have won with a perfect trip. And you're not getting any price on the outside because they are clearly going to overbet Luis Saez every race.
Great to see him back.
Yes.
So quickly.
Yes, of course. But from a betting standpoint, you're taking the worst of it with Louis. I mean, his horses there are getting bet like Irad Ortiz in New York.
Let's take a look at Karoom, the 7, 3-1 right now, continuing to come down in price. Paulie was talking about Jareth Ludbury. He had a big ride on 2 fills in Kentucky Derby. He's going to ride for Wayne Catalano here, and this horse third beat a length last time we saw him at Keeneland.
Gets a little cut back in distance. He tried a mile and 3/16 last time. My concern with him is that he's had a lot of chances. Now, he has been a big price in those races, but now he's a short price in today's race, and he was 20-1 in here. Why didn't he get the job done 2 back? I guess he's okay. I prefer the 12 of the shorter priced horses, but he certainly makes a certain amount of sense.
Comes from way out of it.
I'm going to live with hoping the 8 is a different horse today. I really think that Highest Rated is a horse that's going to benefit from that debut, and I think there's a good chance we'll see a very different horse today. He was doing a little running at the end of the race after being way back.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be surprised if we don't see a better performance today.
9-1 on him. A little bit of pedigree, too. With the 9's 43-1. Second Dam was a 2-time winner on the turf. Dam actually produced a runner who takes place on the turf at Churchill, who was second in the Jefferson Cup.
Horse has a little pedigree. Yeah, a little bit. I agree. Nyquist has done okay with turf horses and Uncle Mo.
Interesting nightcap. Paulie mentioned the 1, Big Elm, who's a huge price for Michael McCarthy. Woke up a little bit on synthetic, second start. Finale here from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Pretty even start. Now That I Can Rock from mid-pack breaks out near the top. Crusader Conrad is there. Athens Moon comes on and zigzags up to the front. Athens Moon comes on to take the lead, but is engaged early with Now That I Can Rock, and both of them are pumped up heading to the first turn. Now That I Can Rock down inside. Athens Moon tries to go a little bit wide to settle down, but they're still keyed up and they're battling for the lead. Harry Hood comes away third to the inside, and now Fighter Town is tugging up as well into fourth. 2.5 lengths back, Crusader Conrad is racing in fifth. St. Neots is sixth. Karoom is down inside seventh as they back down the pace up top. Taking Candy is racing in eighth. Ronick is now ninth. Big Elm is back in 10th. 2 lengths back to the 2 trailers. Highest Rated and Illegal. And that opening quarter contested and sharp in 23 flat. They did back down that pace though. The opening half in 48-1. So the field hits the far turn, and it's Athens Moon still going head-to-head with Now That I Can Rock. And they're onto the turn together, still head-to-head for the lead. And Fighter Town is right there. And Harry Hood is covered up down toward the inside. And St. Neots moving like a shot on the far outside, up into third and coming on strongly. And Ronick is on the scene as well. And Taking Candy's cutting the corner down inside and angling outside for the final quarter mile. They're off the turn. Athens Moon, Now That I Can Rock. St. Neots is there. Harry Hood cried out for running room for a few strides. Has it now. Taking Candy. Oh, and then Harry Hood at the check again. Meanwhile, St. Neots is in front. Taking Candy with a resolute rally right up the rail. Taking Candy got it by 2. St. Neots was second, then Karoom and Harry Hood, and farther back either Now That I Can Rock or Ronick.
Getting by St. Neots, Taking Candy, Christian Torres, Cherie DeVoe, second-time starter making his 3-year-old debut.
And this horse is very interesting if you look at paper. Ran against some okay horses at Saratoga first time out. And then you watch the replay, and the horse was terrible. And then you look up the pedigree, and the horse has absolutely no turf pedigree. So, like me, I immediately tossed him. Well, congrats, Cherie. He won. Nice ride. Christian Torres. And it's a very different horse than we saw in Saratoga, I'll tell you that. Horse's debut, not good.
11, 12, look like the 7. As you take a look out of the gate. Down the stretch, St. Neots takes the lead, but then dipping down to the inside, taking candy. Christian Torres will take command in the 3-year-old return to the races. And I believe 8-1.
Boy, I'd love to have made a
8-1
case for this horse. It's a different horse today.
Prices from that one when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Returning to the grass yesterday in the Paradise Creek, Wesley Ward's 3-year-old son of City Light, Eyewitness, just up for the victory in that Paradise Creek. We'll take a look back when we return.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Back at Churchill Downs, closing out the card, Taking Candy. 3-year-old debut, start number 2. Saw the debut at Saratoga last summer. Was 6th in an 8-horse field for Cherie DeVoe. Wild Stables, Christian Torres, a winner second time out.
Completely different horse than debuted up in Saratoga. Didn't take much money. Didn't do any running at all. Today, much improved. Cherie, nice job.
Getting by the favorite, St. Neots. Christian Torres keeping this one busy to the wire. And collects the victory, 1954 for the win at 8-1, 11, 12, 7, 2. Your superfecta. As Churchill Downs Sunday card comes to a close. Small little carryover in the pick 6. We're going to close out the Belmont card next with a 7-furlong event. New York Breds maiden special weight. They're all trying to get that first win. Big number early on a runner we're both intrigued by from the rail for Rob Atras with Jose Ortiz. She's a 9, 6-1 right now. Favorite Dancer Doro, 7-5. We start though with a 1.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to watch the replay. And this horse got bumped out of the gate and chased the winner, Miss Stones, around the track, and then was just eased, literally eased at the quarter pole. And Jose Ortiz is back aboard. So
beat earlier today on the card, back in race 7.
Ran well to be third.
Here's the favorite, Dancer Doro, with Flavien Prat.
William Morey was on a great run. Bill Morey up at Aqueduct. Probably cooled down a little bit when this horse got beaten just a bob by a Todd Pletcher firster. He's taking a lot of money, though, and keeps losing.
Foxy Cara, start number 2, sloppy sealed track, ran 3rd.
A little green last time, ran okay, an improved effort.
North End Lady, 5-1, Junior Alvarado.
Little money for this Barclay tag runner. It cost $140,000. There's not much pedigree to speak of.
Bullet work coming in. 4 furlong drill. Jessica's Ride, 6-1, Katie Davis.
Made a nice run after bumping with She's a 9 at the break last time out, and made a nice run to get a distant second.
Splashy, Manny Franco, Christophe Clement.
Bet off the board, and the return last time out was atrocious. And today, bigger price if you want to stay aboard.
Crystal Air, blinkers go on, start number 3. Jackie Davis aboard.
Yeah, she had a little bit of a trip first time out, but she would have to improve. Obviously.
And a first-time starter for Steve Asmussen, outside Unholy Trevor McCarthy aboard.
This dam has produced 2 horses, did very little running. The numbers for the Aspen first-time starters at Belmont are actually pretty good.
Well, let's go back to the 1 and take a look at that debut. Took money in this race. It was a sloppy sealed track and was forward early.
Yeah, watch this horse. Okay, gets bumped, rushes up to chase the winner, who was just gone, right? 3 wide right now. Got a little bump right there. Right here, Jose's going to take a hold of her. I mean, it's evident. It's not saying anything that isn't there for the eyes to see. Obviously, he felt something went wrong. I mean, just didn't feel that she was moving correctly or whatever it was, but he's aboard today. So he obviously wants back on this horse. So for whatever reason, whatever was going on, and I have no idea, but he's back aboard today with a clean break. Might be the speed.
There she is, 5-1. Here in start number 2 for Potent Barn. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this is an interesting group here, and we'll start with the 2, Dancer D'Oro with Flavien Prat staying aboard. This filly kind of give you that proverbial bicycle type of horse. Last time you look at, she was spinning her wheels around the far turn, and Flavien was having to keep after, and then she finally kind of caught her stride, kicked in, finished well. I think she's going to appreciate 7/8. I'm a big fan of Bill Morey. I think he just does really, really good work. The 3, Foxy Cara, made a nice impression here. Mitchell Freeman, I think this filly's live. I think she improved from first start to second start, and I think she has another step forward in her. The 4, North End Lady, really nice looking individual, very athletic filly. Barclay Tag is just a terrific horseman. She got up in the air in the paddock. She reared up and kind of got a big hump in her back and threw a big buck, and Junior Alvarado did a really good job staying in the middle of her. I do think she's a filly that'll probably be better from a mental aspect with a run. The 5, Jessica's Ride, hot pace last time, but boy, she took that kick back and really climbed, kind of took herself out of the race. I thought she ran well. I thought she got a lot of schooling out of that race, and I do think she'll improve today, and she's my top selection. And then the 6, Splashy, a horse that did take a tremendous amount of money after I thought showed some ability in her debut last year. She is a beautiful individual. I mean, she just put together great conformation, a lot of size and scope to her. And I think she maybe just mentally needed to shake some of that, some of the cobwebs off. I think she'll improve. I think she's a little more clued into why she's here today. And if last time liked her at $1.35 to the dollar, she's getting 10-1 today, and I do think she's going to improve.
All right, Mig. See if she, in fact, does. Here's start number 2, that debut, 17-1. Second to Miss Stones, who we saw earlier on the card on that sloppy sealed track. Every right to move forward.
Yeah, I didn't like her, but I picked her 3rd, so that's I'm just betting the 1. I feel as though the 1 chances were compromised when she got bumped at the start like that. She had to rush up after that to chase a horse that was a wire-to-wire winner that came back and ran respectably here. And something went wrong. She got bet that day, too. And keep in mind, she was bet in the face of the winner of that race. And the winner of that race, Miss Stones, was 3-2. So she was getting in the face of her for Rob Atras. And now Jose Ortiz, after that situation, stays aboard her. So obviously he feels something went wrong last time, and there was a reason for that, but he wants to be on her again. If he just thought she's not competitive, why would he want to ride her back? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. Now, obviously, he may want to ride for Rob Atras, but I think even Rob would say, listen, she's just not competitive. It was a wet track. She got bumped at the start. Something went wrong. And I think it's fair to presume she didn't brake slowly. She got bumped. So if she brakes cleanly, and I know she drew the rail, you got to think she's speed, and real speed. That horse is pretty quick, the horse she was chasing last time. So Jose can pop her out of the gate. I don't see anybody in here that's shown any speed. I don't know about the firsters. She could be low in front, and I'm going to give her one more chance. I'm alive in the double with her, so it doesn't matter. She gets bet down.
2 minutes to post here in our nightcap coming up. 7 of 5 on a filly who, you talk about some horses like the 1, like the 5, a couple of first-timers as well. But the 2 has had plenty of opportunities. I mean, this is start number 6 for her, so there's certainly more upside with some others in this race.
I agree. The two may win this race. I certainly won't be surprised. But she's had 5 starts, and she's been 7-2, 6-5, 5-2, 7-2, and failed to get it done. And this is her last race. And I'll tell you something, you watch this race, she kind of lost a race that, I don't know, just came up a little bit short right at the end. Now, to be fair, though, she did lose to a Todd Pletcher firster that got pretty strongly bet, and she was trying to close inside of her, and maybe you were a little better off outside, but I thought the 2-path, the 3-path was okay in this track. Right now, it looks like she's found that tire track, actually. That's a tough beat. Yeah, that's actually
like she won that
I know,
race.
it actually looked like she won. When I first watched it, I went, wait, which one is she? And I said, oh, she's the one with green, so she's the one inside.
And behind her, Foxy Cara is going to be right next door to her, by the way, as you look at Dancer Doro. Foxy Cara making start number 3 of her career. She's 5-1, the 3 with Javier Castellano. But here's Jose Ortiz, and yes, she very well could be the speed in this race.
I believe if she breaks that she will be in front. But maybe I can end the week on a good note.
There's Jessica's Ride there in the background, the 5. Katie Davis, start number 2 for her. That distant second behind Miss Stones in the debut at 17-1. Much shorter price here today for start number 2. And as you said, I see why the public's backing off Splashy. But at least you're getting much better price than last time.
But she has, both of her races have been bad. Her first race wasn't good either, but she's a big price, and I hear you. If you didn't bet her last time at a short price and you're a little today, at least you're getting paid if she wins.
Even money on the 2, wow.
Yeah, I think they're going way overboard in this horse. She's had a lot of chances. We'll see. There's Mark Hennick. He just ran right up those stairs, Marks. He must be not feeling any ill effects of that little stumble earlier. He bounced back.
Moving very well.
Like a tremendous machine.
1 left to load on the outside. Nightcap here from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
First-time starter Unholy, the last to go in. As we have a field of 8 going 7 furlongs in race 9. And Unholy, hesitant to go in. Again, she is a first-time starter. Trevor McCarthy aboard number 8 Unholy, and she's in. And the rough. And Unholy broke well on the extreme outside, but it is She's a 9 from the rail who has the early lead. Dancer Duro races in second. Splashy is next in third. Jessica's Ride runs in fourth. Then comes Foxy Cara, who advances down at the rail from fifth. North End Lady is in sixth. Then Unholy and Crystal Air is the trailer in eighth. She's a 9 is the leader here by a length. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds. Odds-on favorite, Dancer Duro. Getting a bit closer now on the outside, and the front 2 have now opened 4 lengths on Splashy in third, followed by Jessica's Ride and Foxy Cara. Then another 3 lengths to Crystal Air. At the back of the pack are the two firsters, Unholy and North End Lady. There goes Dansur Duro to take over through a half and 46 and 3. Dansur Duro is the leader, coming for the head of the stretch. She's a 9, trying to keep up in second. There's Jessica's Ride gaining some ground along with Splashy. Dansur Duro takes the field into the stretch and has built a big lead here. It's Dansur Duro in front by about 8 lengths. The battle's going to be for second here. Dansur Duro with a big lead and just the 16th to the finish. Foxy Cara has come on through. Crystal Air is there on the outside, but it's Dansur Duro and a 3-win Sunday for Flavien Prat. Crystal Air got up for second. Foxy Cara was third.
Favorite Dansur Duro. Bill Morey, as you heard from John Imbrial, 3 today for Flavien Prat, and the maiden score start number 6 for this Bolt Doro filly.
Well, we saw a lot of short-priced horses win like they should have been short prices, and this was one of them. And my horse, I was right. She has speed. And if they can find a 3-furlong race for She's a 9, she could be okay.
Eased again. Look at that margin. Dansur Doro in the easy time with this group at, wow, 4 to 5. In the end here.
I think that's winning like a 4 to 5 shot should.
Yes, indeed. Long way back to second. 7 over the 3. 31 to 1 shot, by the way, completing your exacta.
I used her with
first time starter Crystal Air.
Let's see what this pick 6 pay. $490. Pick 5, $168.
A lot of logical horses coming in on this Sunday card on a carryover in the pick 6 this afternoon, including here in the nightcap, Dansur Doro at 4 to 5.
Actually, it's a pretty good payout in the pick 5.
2, 7, 3, 8. We'll have that payout for you when we come back. 3-win day for the man who moved to the East Coast, and it has paid immediate dividends for Flavien Prat. Dansur Doro as easy as could be to close out this Sunday card here in Elmont, New York. We'll be back with prices right after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Enjoy a group outing this summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Reservations are now available for the climate-controlled paddock suite accommodating 80 guests and for large-scale corporate gatherings at the rail at the 1863 Club. Head down the stretch to the Stella Artois Spa verandas for groups of 50 or tailgate at the turn with a carload of friends. For casual outdoor gatherings undercover featuring buffet lunch with Prosecco offerings, enjoy the Mia Netto Easy Goer. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga to book your group outing today. Back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us with live coverage from Belmont, Churchill Downs. Both cards in the books. And we give you these prices from the nightcap here at Belmont with the odds-on favorite winning to close it out here in just a moment. Of course, you can play all the action by getting signed up. Started with Now Bets. That's that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code MATCH200 at NyraBets.com. Finale goes to the favorite Bill Morey trainer, Flavien Prat. 3-win day on this Sunday card for Sandon Syndicate Stable. And the 6th time out is easy as could be for Dancer Doro.
With just no competition whatsoever for this horse, who stalked and looked the winner every step of the way.
You called that huge margin yesterday. That was, what, about 17 lengths from that horse?
19, and I said 17.
Call it here. See if you can keep it going.
Oh, no, it's sort of like about a 7. There's nothing compared to yesterday.
4-5 on your winner. Crystal Air 31-1 underneath. That exacta $46.
Some exacta price. Exacta paid $100. That horse exacta paid $100. It could have paid $50. Wow, that's a big price. For people complaining the exacta's too low, that one's way too big.
Pick 5. Logical today, $168. Pick 6 carryover, $38,000. Returns $490. The biggest price in the sequence. Fancy Joke, $9.30.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of meat on the bone in this one, but if you had it, congrats.
We'll look back to yesterday. Wesley Ward returning eyewitness to the grass after a couple of impressive efforts on synthetic and just able to hang on in the Paradise Creek.
Yeah, he looked like he had it wrapped up, and then it got incredibly close in the late stages. Source had been, he'd run in a maiden race that was better than it looked on paper back here in the fall, but then he'd been very good on synthetic, and I was skeptical that he'd handle the grass. He handled that yielding course. As you can see, they're digging it up. It was the only race we ran the turf in the last 2 days, but I thought this was an extremely competitive, tough race. The favorites ran 2-1, separated by a head bob.
Got a 86 buyer for the victory. Winning on the yielding going. Jose Ortiz for WW. And compiling a nice little resume now. 3 consecutive victories after a just missing first time out on the lawn in the debut. Obviously, all eyes on Baltimore yesterday with that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We will not have a Triple Crown on the line for the Belmont Stakes, but we have a new face in this 3-year-old division here. National Treasure stepping up and winning for the first time since his debut for Bob Baffert. And John Velasquez, what a crafty, crafty ride from him.
Yeah, you know, they really didn't put any pressure on him. And the 4-horse, who was the other speed in the race potentially, he ended up basically riding shotgun, which sort of kept the eventual second-place finisher far wider than maybe he wanted to be, because he wasn't really intent on being aggressive. So he just, it's kind of something, it's an old harness term, riding shotgun. And in that case, National Treasure was just able to control in a very tepid pace and everything goes his own way, and he hung on in a pitch stretch battle.
And Mig talks about this a lot when you're on some speed horse too. Float out, create wider trips for your rivals. That's what John Velasquez did early in this race, and that resulted in a wide trip for Blazing Sevens. Might have been the difference. Bob Baffert, how about an 8th victory in the Preakness? He now stands alone, all-time winningest trainer in the history of this race.
But as you had pointed out, it's the first time that he's won the Preakness with a horse that had not run in the Derby. Now, of those horses, all of them won the Derby except for Looking at Lucky. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had 6 horses win the Derby and Preakness, and only 2 of them win the.
Well, no. You're talking about
of his Preakness winners. We can put that list back up there. We can put that list back up there, guys. I believe that 6 of those horses had won the Derby. Silver Charm, Real Quiet. You are correct. I apologize. Okay, 5 of them.
There you go.
That is a massive failure.
His Belmont was incredible, wasn't it?
Point given, very good.
I think 12-length victory.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as good as Risen Star, but it's up there with some of the really good ones.
Well, we're looking at a very large field for the Belmont Stakes this year.
I hope so.
First time ever it is going to be on Fox. Looking forward to that. June 10th, Test of the Champion. Be part of the action. Get your tickets. But, of course, if you're not here on site, You'll see it on Fox. Todd Pletcher potentially sending 4 to the race. Forte back working this morning. And Arcangelo, impressive winner of that Peter Pan. They're still on the fence, but may wind up and would add some definite intrigue to the race.
The horse who had broken his maiden in what was a very, very fast race by most figure makers' estimation, and really backed it up, took an enormous amount of money, was a big price in the morning line, but was bet like they knew, and they did. It was a very good running. 2 good horses battling out. It really felt like the horse on the inside, the Brad Cox horse, had the race won, and he kind of sticks his ears up. He's kind of digs in a little bit, maybe a little bit green, but still a very good horse. That was a good race, the Peter Pan.
It was. I mean, this horse looked beat.
No, this was a very good race by both of them.
But yeah, the word was certainly out on this. What was this horse? 12 to 1 morning line and went off
10, I think.
Around 5 to 2, something like that?
10, yeah, sounds right. I think 10 to 1.
Comes back, beats that horse who had shown some ability, Javier Castellano. We'll see. It'll be fun to see him in the Belmont Stakes and get a new face here in this Triple Crown for the 3rd and final leg. Meanwhile, Pletcher, Prove Worthy, Kingsbarns, Forte, and Tapit Trice all pointing to the Belmont Stakes. Tapit Trice, can he bounce back?
Well, sure. And then Todd Pletcher's done so well in the Belmont Stakes that, I mean, discount him would be foolish. He was terrible in the Derby. I don't know if there was an excuse. I don't know what it went. I mean, he got a fast pace to close into. There were 3 good closers in there. The winner, Angel of Empire, who didn't run great, but he ran okay. At least he was running at the end. And Tapit Trice, who never really made me move at all in that race, which is odd. Because whether you loved him or not, he had never not run well in any of his races. I mean, his horse had always showed up with a good effort. And he was dismal. Now, if Todd's going to run him back in there, he must feel he's doing better. And given Todd Pletcher's record, the Belmont Stakes, you'd be foolish to say, oh, I didn't like his Derby, he has no chance.
Pedigree-wise, too, and running style. People, probably Pletcher, too, have been saying this is a Belmont horse. Do you feel that way, too?
The Belmont horse, because Todd Pletcher does well in the Belmont. I don't subscribe to that notion. I don't believe that deep closers are Belmont horses. A lot of people are of this notion that because it's 12 furlongs, you want horses coming from way back. Over time, that has proven to be absolutely false in general, but doesn't mean this horse couldn't be successful. As I said, if Todd putting him in the race, that's enough for me to say he's got a chance in there. The surprise a bit is Forte, because I remember reading some initial comments from Todd Pletcher saying if we can make the Preakness, we'll go there. Otherwise, we think we'll wait for Saratoga. Obviously, something's happened to change their mind. What it was to make them optimistic, I don't know. But I hope that he runs well, because I'm sure it's been a very frustrating experience for them, and I can't blame them for that.
We'll see if your Preakness winner shows up, National Treasure, looking at the race, as is stablemate Arabian Lion for Bob Baffert, who won on the undercard. Red Route 1 thinking about it. Sun Thunder thinking about it. We just heard from Brad Cox on the show as well, talking to Lo Duca. Angel of Empire and Hit Show, both pointing to the Belmont Stakes.
Yes, and Hit Show's going to win the Belmont Stakes. Congratulations, Brad. Your first Triple Crown winning race since Central Quality in the Belmont.
We don't even need to run it now.
No, we really don't.
To our broadcast.
Pay it, because I'm hot as a pistol.
Hope you enjoyed the show. We are back next Thursday, 5 Eastern start time, evening edition of the program. We will see you then. National Treasure, Bob Baffert, back in the spotlight. A masterful ride from John Velasquez, slowing things down on the front end. And this horse winning for the first time since breaking his maiden. The August Belmont Trophy. We'll be holding that after June 10th in the Test of the Champion. We'll see you on Thursday.
Momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Champion.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for